Tuesday, March 12, 2019, beginning at 2 p.m. at the San Miguel County Administration Complex located at 500 West National Avenue, Suite 200, Las Vegas, New Mexico 87701. During these meetings, the County Board of Finance meeting will take place. Notice to the people with disabilities. If you are an individual with a disability who is in need of a reader, amplifier, qualified sign language interpreter, or any form of auxiliary aid or service to attend or participate in the hearing or meeting, please contact the San Miguel County office at 505-425-9333 at least 1 week prior to the meeting or as soon as possible. Public documents, including the agenda and minutes, can be provided in various accessible formats. Please contact the Commission Administrator at either of the above numbers if a summary or other type of accessible format is needed. Notice published Las Vegas Optic on March 2nd, and notice posted at the San Miguel website at www.co.sanmiguel.nm.us February 26, 2019. At least 72 hours in advance of the meeting, the following agenda for today's meeting was posted and available for public inspection on the San Miguel County website at www.co.sanmiguel.nm.us and also available in hard copy at the office of the San Miguel County Manager's Office. Call to order. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Chris Nahad.
Here.
Commissioner Max Trujillo.
Present.
Commissioner Janice Varela.
Presente.
Vice Chairman Harold Garcia.
Here.
And Chair Maria Martinez.
Here. Commissioner Garcia, could you read us the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and is the symbol of perfect friendship and united cultures.
approval of the agenda. Before we approve the agenda, we have some changes that will take place to the agenda. We will be removing item number 12, application 003, a request of Ms. Ellen Roots' request. Additionally, item number 22 for fiscal year 17-18 audit financial statements will be postponed until the April 2019 regular meeting. Additionally, we will move item 19 to item number 1 on the agenda. And item number 1 will move to item number 2. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Approval of the minutes for February 12, 2019 regular meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Nahad,
Second.
second by Commissioner Garcia. Motion carries. Introduction of new San Miguel County employees. Ms. Eileen.
Good afternoon.
Am I on the first? Okay, there we go. Commissioners, Dr. Martinez, Ms. Melinda. We have 5 recently hired San Miguel County employees. 3 couldn't be here with us right now, but we have 2. So the ones that can't be here are Darren Romero, Deputy Sheriff with the Sheriff's Office, Alfred Apodaca, Transport Officer with the Sheriff's Office, Michael Lopez, Equipment Operator 2 with Public Works, and we have with us Ms. Melissa Rascon from the Assessor's Office. She is our personal property mapping clerk. That's Melissa. And then we have Mr. Daniel Hernandez. He is the new GIS system operator, chief mapper with the assessor's office.
I'd like to thank you very much. Next, we will move on to public input forum. First on the agenda, we have Terry Mazzillo. I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. Can you go to the podium, please? And identify yourself once you're at the podium, please.
Excuse me, ma'am?
If you can please identify yourself, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. The time clock will be...
My name is Terry. My name is Terry Masnio. I'm among other things, an ex-police officer myself years ago. I worked for the school district for 14 years. I co-instruct in concealed carry classes here in our community, and I've spoke recently a couple weeks ago at the forum committee meeting in Santa Fe on this Bill 8, and I was quite opposed to it then, and I'm opposed to any effort to add more burden on the average individual. Somebody brought the issue up to me: does the constitutional law supersede the state law? And it does. But what effort by this is it going to do anything? Is it going to make anything safer? Is there any teeth to this proposal? Absolutely not. There was a word that was spoken by one of the sponsors of the bill in Santa Fe that said it all. The guy from Santa Fe, the senator from Santa Fe, said, well, we're just trying to expand the proposal. What that told me is this is just the beginning. There's a term that I've heard thrown around: registration before confiscation. It's coming. If people think it's not, it's coming. There is a more sinister underlying reason that is behind all of this, and that is to usurp the Second Amendment, period. But frankly, I say to you folks on the board here, is it going to make things any safer? It's not. It is absolutely not. I mean, we run on such an emotional level, and I'm all for protecting our schools that are soft targets, our churches that are soft targets, Walmart, which is a soft target. I'm all for that. But individually, you need to take control of your own safety. Law enforcement does a fantastic job. I'm in support of them all the way. But they're not going to be there when something happens. So again, by putting more burden on the individual to make it more difficult for them, how is that going to improve and make things safer? It's not. You know, it drags somebody down to try to find an FFL license, has a license, make them pay an additional fee, make them wait 5 days. I went and bought a gun recently in in Albuquerque from a dealer, did a background check, had to wait the 5 days because for some reason I'm delayed all the time. After the 5 days, I went and got my gun. 2 weeks later, I called the shop up. Hey, did you guys get a call from ATF? Nope, never did. 2 weeks more. Did you ever get a call? Nope, never did. That's your background check. Does it work? Sometimes, sometimes not. So again, you have to ask the question, what is really behind it? When you've got somebody like Rosenberg and Soros bringing their money into our state and throwing it around to influence decisions that they want, their agenda. I don't appreciate that. And I don't think the average person appreciates that. But we're, like I said, we're driven by our emotions. Hearing about the latest shooting, kids being influenced and shot and this and that. You know, my heart goes out to that. But I'm not going to sit here and see my Second Amendment rights trashed by somebody who has a more sinister reason behind it. And that's really the part of it. That's really the part of it. 4 or 5 years ago, I came and sat before a different group of people on a different matter that the governor was bringing to our community. Thank God they used common sense to shoot it down.
I'd like to thank you for your time. Next on the agenda, we have Martha.
My name is Martha Hackett, and I'm here today. I'm asking the commissioners. I had filed a grievance. I filed the first grievance back in 2016.
Excuse me, Madam Chairperson. Ms. Hackett, I'm sorry, it sounds like you're going to be talking about a grievance that you filed with the county. Those items are normally personnel matters and not discussed or permitted to be discussed in a public session. There is a process that is in our rules and regulations, and I think Ms. Eileen Cedillo, our personnel director, would be willing to guide you through that process. But it's a fundamental rule. We do not talk personnel in our commissions. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sir, I didn't get your name, but
Dave Romero.
I'm well aware, Mr. Romero, of the process, and the reason why I came here to speak is because I have not gotten any response from the Director of Human Services. As a matter of fact, she insulted me in a letter that she sent to me. That's why I'm here in front of the commissioners to ask for your help.
I'm sorry.
Because I did not get a response from the Human Services Director.
Ms. Hackett?
Yes, sir.
I'll have to ask the chairperson to rule you out of order. There's a process that we go through. If you were not helped at that level, then you need to do it at least through the manager or in writing, but not in a public session like this, because it's a personnel matter.
I see. I have done it through the managers. I wrote to the manager, and I have not heard.
Excuse me.
I have not heard anything from the manager at this point in time, sir. So I have followed the process. I have yet to receive anything. So where do I turn if not to the government body that is supposed to be here for us? I mean, I have followed the procedure, but I have not heard anything. That's
Ma'am,
why
you're
I
out of
am
order.
here. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, you're out of order. I have to ask you to step aside, please.
Thank you.
Next on public input, we have Ray Herrera.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, governing body. My name is Ray Herrera. I'm the chairman of the Republican Party, Vietnam vet, also a 9/11 survivor. And we're not here to resume flex. We understand that we're not on any formal agenda, but it's our intent to get that procedure down pat so we can get on a future agenda. Our purpose for talking to you folks here today is to give you guys kind of a heads up that we are heavily populated by folks that are pro-gun, pro-Second Amendment, and are willing to do whatever is necessary to make sure that our voice is heard, and that we are asking you right up front to consider, if not now, in the future, on the appropriate agenda, to make San Miguel County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. We have the numbers, and like the gentleman said before, there's a lot of things wrong with what's happening with regard to gun confiscation, gun registration, yada, 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 yada. You can call it anything you want. I think it was Ronald Reagan says that when government expands, liberties contract. I've testified before the House on the gun bills that have been put forward. It is clear from their actions, their verbiage, and how they are linked up with the media that they have no intention of paying attention to the voters. They say, we got the numbers, we got the majority, we're going to do this. So open wide, aquí viene, you're going to get a spoonful of this stuff. And you all need to be remembered. Let's try this a different way. How many of you here, by show of hands, can cite your oath of office verbatim? That's what I figured. As a Vietnam vet and other vets and law enforcement officers in the room, I can tell you right now, we do not and will not ever take that lightly. I still know mine and can cite it verbatim. We will be back time and time and time again. What happens right now, what they've got in mind is to penalize the law enforcing, the law-abiding community by making us the guys, making us the bad guys. We're the ones who are going to pay the fines. We're the ones who are going to turn over guns. We're the ones. So when you have a law enforcement issue that you've got to call law enforcement to come in and intervene, our governor has already shown us by stripping the weapons from the officers in the roundhouse on day one exactly what she intends to do. So when you call a cop in the French motif, are they going to show up with a baguette of bread and thump you guys over the head and shoulders who's doing wrong? Probably. But you have no idea what they've got in mind. This thing has been on the docket in their plans for a heck of a long time. They don't plan on quitting. Neither do we. You guys are to be reminded that we voted to put you in here, and we can sure as the dickens vote to get you out. And that goes all the way up to our governor.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera.
Thank you for hearing me out.
Next on the agenda, we have Clara Lucero. Please identify yourself.
My name is Clara Lucero, and good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon.
Okay, what I'm here about is we're having a community meeting, like a town hall meeting, to speak about Roundup and the harm it's doing to our ground and people and cancer and all that's causing it. And that meeting, we're going to have it here in Highlands. It's on Thursday, March 21st at 7 p.m. And it's a panel discussion. After the panel speaks, they can ask questions of them and give them alternatives to Roundup. And also, one more thing is that when we kill a weed, we're not killing the root. The root's going to come back up and it's going to have the Roundup on it, and the birds, the bees, and all our insects are going to eat that. And then it's still going to go into the people's bodies and with cancer and stuff. They've shown up in baby formula, baby food, and a lot of other things. And sometimes we've seen it on TV how they're trying to ban Roundup. We're trying to just to educate the community about it and let them know what harm it does and alternatives to using that. And that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Lucero. Next, we have Edward Bennett. Lydia Bennett.
I'm Lydia Bennett, and first of all, I didn't know that if I signed in, I had to talk. But anyways, the Second Amendment, again, if I'm the bad guy, I don't have to go register my guns. If I'm the bad guy, I can buy them anywhere. If I'm the bad guy, I'm going to take advantage of all the people that don't have guns, which are going to be the people that are normal all around us when laws like that pass. So we got to protect the ones that are following the laws, and not the bad guy. Don't help him. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bernadette Hernandez.
Need to be a little taller. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Identify yourself.
My name is Bernadette Fernandez. I live in Las Vegas, New Mexico, with a history of 7 generations having lived here in Las Vegas and in the surrounding areas. I currently have grandchildren who live here and am voraciously concerned about what's going on in our environment. So I'm here to speak on primarily the most immediate actions that we can take to stop poisoning our food locally in our gardens, maybe perhaps to check on parks and schoolyards, any of our local food growers, to find out if indeed Roundup is being sprayed here or anything that has glyphosate. Mrs. Clara Lucero handed you the invitation to the community roundup to discuss Roundup and other pesticides. And pesticides actually mean not just pests as insects, but it does include insecticides, herbicides, fungicides, and other potentially destructive ingredients. Sometimes they're chemical pesticides and sometimes they're natural. So I think it's important for us to educate the community as to what choices are available, and that kind of information is going to be available through this community roundup or town hall styled informational panel. Dr. Kathy Stauber will be one of the speakers there, talking about the biological and health implications. Myself also, I'm a naturopathic practitioner, nutritional consultant, herbalist, who has done extensive studying on this, and that's why I'm wearing glasses these days. It's very difficult keeping up with a lot of the information that we have. There's plenty online videos, and there will be in the audience, I'm sure, some people who have been impacted by some of the chemicals that have been used as herbicides, such as Agent Orange. So I'm aware of that being a long-term effect that we're learning about now, whereas with glyphosate and Roundup, it's a newer product and more concentrated than ever before. And if anybody would like to know more about this, please attend at G35. This is at Highlands, between the library and the Student Union building, G35, and that's March 31st at 7 o'clock. And if anybody wants flyers, there are some here from the Committee for Clean Water, Air, and Earth. Thank you, and may our environment continue to respond to our best efforts. The greatest good for the greatest number, and let's get some of our rights back. I agree that we need our health rights back as well.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you.
We'll move on to new business. Regular order, coming, we're going to go on to item number 19, which was moved up. Yolanda Cruz.
Thank you for accommodating me. I'm Yolanda Cruz. I'm the coordinator for the DWI program here in San Miguel County. And I just want to give you an update. I hope to be here every month kind of updating you on the different things that we're working on. So right now we have 3 initiatives under my office. That's the DWI program, the Juvenile Justice Program, and then the Opioid Initiative, which is a tri-county effort with Mora, San Miguel, and Guadalupe. So with the DWI program, we just turned in our new grant. The distribution amount is a given. That's pretty much determined by a formula that DFA uses based on population, alcohol sales, and then traffic crashes and fatalities and DWI rates. So the distribution amount has usually been around $200,000. It dropped significantly a few years back when the state made an error and took a lot of the funding that was in that account when they went into emergency session. And then after that, they said that it went back to full funding, but ours stayed around 176,000. So this next year, it will go back up to that regular amount that we usually get. So that's about 15,000 more than what we've been getting the past couple of years. So that's good news. And then we do apply for additional funding under the grant portion. And that one, that's where they rate the grant. And usually what they've tried to do in the past is just depending on how much money they have, what people ask for, and trying to keep programs whole. So we're hoping to get what we ask for, and not just they'll keep us at the amount we're at now. We've let them know, we're at a lower amount than we had been in the past. We are showing really good outcomes, specifically with our clients. We do have high DWI rates in our community. And so even though we're ranked 19th in the state with adult drinking and driving, we see so many issues in New Mexico. So we have a lot of problems that we need to deal with. We see a lot of our clients who have drug addiction issues as well, not just alcohol, and more people needing detox and inpatient services. And so we do help people get into those as available. We don't have that many places in New Mexico, but we do help people. On a good note, we try to keep aware of what's going on in the community and help support any collaborative efforts that we can. And the hospital will be opening a detox unit on March 18th. They've been working on this for a while, and so now they have a date. Hopefully that they are able to stick to that, and we do get some services here in the community. With that, just some of the statistics that we have. The motor vehicle crashes have gone down this past year, and so, with the deaths, and that just, it varies. Officers are out there doing a really good job, but they can only enforce what they see, right? So it's up to every community member to make that decision. And one of the things that we ask people when they come into our offices, we don't condemn people for the choices that they've made, but we want to understand why people are making those choices. So we always ask, what got you here? What happened when you got a DWI? And a lot of times people are saying, well, I didn't have a choice. I had to get home, or I had to do this. And we just try to help people remember and remind them they always have a choice. And the best choice is plan before you drink. If you're going to drink, make a plan how you're going to get home. We don't have a lot of public transportation here. I think there's a taxi now. I'm not sure how late they run. We have Safe Ride. We don't run out of town, and we only run on Fridays and Saturdays. So make a decision and plan what you're going to do before you drink. If you don't have a plan on what you're going to do, don't drink that day. And it's not that easy for sometimes, right? Because we have addiction issues. But it is still really important for people to say, well, if I can't control my drinking or my drug use, I'm not going to drive. So we help people make those determinations. As far as the YRRS, the Youth Risk and Resiliency Survey that Department of Health does, we are showing a downward trend on past 30-day use of alcohol and binge drinking in our communities with our high school students. And then also, again, those alcohol-related crashes and deaths in San Miguel County have been going down. So as far as convictions, the courts reported in 2017 38 DWI cases in district court and 141 DWI cases in magistrate court. Of those, about 90%, we have a 90% conviction rate in this community. And that really, again, speaks to the good job that the law enforcement is doing and the district attorney's office. So when people get convicted of a misdemeanor DWI, they end up in our office for probation, and that probation lasts between 1 and 5 years. So we oversee that probation. At any given time, we have about 200 people on probation with our office. And we're very strict with them. They must check in person at least once a month. If they're at higher risk, they come more often. We do have some people who come in every single day, except weekends. And until we can help, lower that based on how well they're doing or whether they go into inpatient treatment or not. So just giving you a little bit on our clients, the average age of person who comes into our office is 37. 71% are males. Economic development and economic opportunities in our community, I believe, has a big tie to the rates of DWI, because even though we have about 75% of our clients have at least 12 years of school, we have 30% who are unemployed, but 65% on top of that who are underemployed, reporting that they've worked less than 9 months the prior year. And 53% report an income of less than $10,000 a year, and an additional 26% report an income of between $10,001 and $20,000. And there's no reason for them to be dishonest with these, because they don't, we don't have sliding scale fees. They don't get anything from our office for being low income. So we believe that those are pretty accurate numbers and a reflection of the problems in our community. We do provide an assessment to all of the people who come into our office with a DWI conviction. With those assessments, 38% are found to have a severe substance abuse problem, and an additional 23% show an established problem. But when we've asked about history of treatment or counseling, 73% have never had any counseling or treatment with for substance abuse. So every week, our compliance officer, they attend all of the court hearings. Every week, they attend between 13 to 15 hearings of people who have not yet been convicted, and an additional 3 to 5 hearings for non-compliance. And so those ones have already been our clients. They are our clients currently, and they're non-compliant for whatever reason. We go back in front of the judge. So that's DWI. And our prevention specialists, they're in the schools and in different community events. Right now, they're providing evidence-based curriculum at the Valley Elementary and Middle School, Sapeo Elementary, East Las Vegas Middle School, Sierra Vista Elementary, and Los Niños Elementary. Last semester, they did all of the West schools. Pecos, we have a harder time getting into for the curriculum. They just have never, in the past few years, really wanted that, so we're trying to push for that. So if you can put us in touch with somebody who might support that, we'd love to go out there on a regular basis. And then high schools, we do more working with like the health classes or the driver's ed classes, because it's really difficult for the high schools to give up time for 10 weeks for this curriculum, because they have all of the things that they have to do as well. But we do provide presentations there and other things, and we're working with the Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition and with the school-based health centers to provide more support in the schools, in the high schools. For the juvenile justice, we just got started with that, and so there are 11 youth being served right now, and that will compound and grow, and they're being served under the Violence and Substance Abuse Prevention Program. And we're also working with community members, with our community partners, to determine how to best serve youth in an assessment and referral center, which you guys will be hearing a position description to help staff that as well. And we are recruiting youth members to that board. With the opioid initiative, we are currently seeking community input, and so if you guys came in, there's flyers up there by the door. The film, The Providers, will be screened at Highlands on March 23rd, so we're partnering with them, and we'll provide pizza for the community who shows up. It's a Saturday. From 2 to 4, we're going to have panels and a community discussion around a comprehensive recovery center. And then at 4 o'clock, they'll do the providers, and then there'll be maybe a short discussion afterwards. So we will provide some food for people. All ages are welcome. It is free, and there's no charge. And we really want to hear people's ideas and input and concerns about having a recovery center here. And then other things that we've been kind of working on are the interns have been working on that food rescue program. Right now there are 2 stores that are regularly donating food to that. Salvation Army receives the food for the different food pantries, and they store that as well. And then we had a phone call from Senator Heinrich's office, who located a commercial refrigerator that was surplus from the federal government. And so it could only go to a nonprofit or government entity. And their chief of staff is willing to pay the $700 for that and then donate it to the food rescue program. So that fills a big gap in our community. Family Fun Day will be April 27th, and that is the National Drug Take Back Day, and that'll be at Melody Park, weather permitting. So we partner with the Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition on that, and that's where people can take unwanted or unused medications and then needles in their proper packaging, and then there's a lot of community agencies there with different information and fun things for families to get involved in. So trying to erase that stigma as well. And then lastly, I just wanted to report that Las Vegas Day and Las Vegas Night was really good. We had a lot of attendance. I think that was the biggest that I've seen in the years that I've attended. We had a really good turnout of representatives and senators. I think there were a couple of committees that were meeting at that time, so some people who had said they would go weren't able to. But we did also have the governor and lieutenant governor, which I don't ever remember having them attend, so thank you. And I'll stand for any questions that you might have.
I just have one comment. Yolanda, I just want to thank you on behalf of the county for the work that you're doing. I know you gave us an earful on all the projects. And,
sorry, it's a lot, yeah.
No, and it's a huge program, and it's a lot of components that you're working on. And I'd like to encourage everybody to go on Saturday to view that the providers film that El Centro and some other collaborators did this film that just brings awareness to our community about some of the issues that are going on with substance abuse and opiate addiction and alcoholism and stuff like that. And I just want to thank you for helping to bring healing to our community. You're doing important work, Yolanda. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? No. Thank you, Yolanda.
Thank you.
We'll move on to county manager's report.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I have 3 items to present today. The first one, I met with staff and we are planning our 2019 San Miguel County retreat. We have a tentative agenda. We are looking at March the 28th and 29th, and that will be on a Thursday and Friday. The time would be from 9 to 5, and the place of meeting would be the Panderays Village. The handout that I just submitted to each one of you is a breakdown of some of the items that we plan to discuss. On the first day, we're looking at, the focus will be on finance and also on economic development. We will also discuss several county projects. On the second day, we have strategic plan on road projects and department updates. The retreat will be advertised and also open to the public. But for now, this is our tentative agenda. The next item, I met with Superintendent Gutierrez from West Las Vegas School District, and I also had a conversation with the city manager and the president of New Mexico Highlands University. And what we're looking at is creating what we call a County of San Miguel CEO Roundtable Affiliate. Right now we have identified about 14 CEOs within San Miguel County to include the city of Las Vegas and the village of Pecos. So right now we're scheduling our first meeting, and we hope to have this meeting either at the end of this month or next month. And we also plan to meet at least 3 times a year. And the goal here, the goal with this roundtable affiliate is to support one another and to promote our community. Any questions on that one?
Yes, Madam Chair, is this an affiliate of the New Mexico counties or an affiliate of what, or just its own affiliate?
Just its own affiliate within San Miguel County, which would include City of Las Vegas and also the Village of Pecos.
Okay, but you're not including Highlands or other entities, just?
Yes, it would, right now, we're looking at New Mexico Highlands University, Luna Community College, United World College, Pecos Independent School District, West Las Vegas Schools, East Las Vegas Schools, Behavioral Health, Department of Transportation. There's a few others.
Pecos Valley Medical Center also has.
Yes, Pecos, Alta Vista's on the list, and Pecos Medical Center, and I think there's another Pecos organization. So we're going to start with 13, but we will add to the organization. But to answer your question, it would be any within San Miguel County.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
On the last item I want to bring up is we recently hired an individual that will work in IT that will address our solid waste issue. She started, I think she started either this week or last week, but she will work with Mr. Diego Trujillo in addressing our solid waste issue. All right. And that's all I have.
Any other questions for Councilor Martinez? We will move on to item number 3, a resolution number 03-1219, spay and neuter. Presenter Janice Varela, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to turn this over to our friends and partners that came in from the Las Vegas San Miguel Animal Protection.
Animal Welfare Coalition.
Animal Welfare Coalition, thank you. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Martino Odin, and I'm the director of the AWC Pet Center, the animal shelter here in Las Vegas and for San Miguel County.
And my name is Marshall Poole, and I'm the chair of the board of the Animal Welfare Coalition of Northeastern New Mexico. We have the contract with both the City of Las Vegas and San Miguel County to shelter animals at the city-owned shelter in Las Vegas. If I may preface the reading of this resolution, 90% of the animals that come into the shelter are intact, that is, not spayed or neutered. And the most effective action that we can take is spaying and neutering these animals to reduce the overpopulation of unwanted animals in our county. To the reading of the resolution. A resolution supporting statewide spay-neuter funding from pet food manufacturing fees. Whereas San Miguel County government exists to enhance the health, safety, and general well-being for all residents as determined by law and community interests, and whereas a robust spay-neuter program is essential to reducing a large number of unwanted dogs and cats entering the Animal Welfare Coalition shelter, and whereas the New Mexico House of Representatives has approved House Bill 64, which is pending in the state Senate, that would levy a modest fee on pet food manufacturers as a funding source for spay-neuter programs throughout New Mexico, and whereas the New Mexico Senate is considering Senate Bill 51, which would also levy a modest fee on pet food manufacturers as a funding source for spay-neuter programs throughout New Mexico, and whereas evidence from other states suggests that a state-funded program for spay-neuter would significantly reduce euthanasia rates, improve public health and safety, and redirect shelter funds to more humane purposes. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners does hereby express our support for House Bill 64 and Senate Bill 51, and does encourage the legislature to pass these bills, and be it further resolved that should House Bill 64 or Senate Bill 51 be passed by the legislature, the San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners hereby encourages Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham to sign such legislation into law.
Thank you very much for presenting the resolution.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Nahad,
motion to approve resolution -03-12-19-spray/neuter. Second that.
motion by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
Thanks so
Commissioners.
much. Thank you for the great work that you do, and thank you to our sheriff's office that are the animal control officers responding in the county. Appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Next, we will move on to item number 4, pre-selection of project for CDBG application. Presenter Alex Tafoya, Planning and Zoning Supervisor.
Good afternoon. The Community Development Block Grant Program, CDBG, allows for the pre-selection. This is a new item on the application process. Pre-selection of possible projects for consideration of an application for CDBG funds. What that pre-selection process does is it allows entities to work on more than one project at a time to determine feasibility and likelihood of an application for a project being properly developed for funding success. There's a lot to a CDBG application, and what we found out, we were one of several entities. We found out last year, for example, a project was selected when we went out and did the low to moderate income survey and completed the survey, tallied the results, sent them over to local government division. Well, the project selected and the residents within that project did not meet the 51% low to moderate income requirements. So the rules changed. The rules get reviewed and changed each year by the Community Development Council. And there were other communities that had the same problem. By the time you finish that exercise, if you will, you find out that it's too late to select another project. So they're allowing, the Community Development Council is allowing entities to work on as many as 5 projects to determine feasibility. That would be done with guidance from a local government division. What we're proposing is that the Board of County Commissioners entertain and consider a recommendation from the county manager and staff in regard to pre-selection of 2 projects. And these 2 projects were initially, we were given direction to go ahead and look at these projects back in October of last year. One is the Country Acres Road and Drainage Improvements Project, and the second one is the Tri-County Family Justice Center building improvements. And if we're given direction to go ahead and proceed, and we've already started doing some work on those, on both of them, we would hope to bring back a request for final selection of a project at the April meeting. What we're doing so far with the Country Acres is there's several things. We're working on the income survey of the residents there. We've had help from, and including myself, Andrew Duran, Leo Maestas has gone out there, Harold Garcia has gone out there, James Phillips from the IT department has helped, Arnold has helped, and we have 88 houses to survey. It's an ongoing process because not everybody's at home. In addition to that, with Country Acres, another new item in the past, on-call contracts for engineering or architectural services were not allowed, so we had to issue a new RFP specific to a CDBG project. What we're being allowed now is to submit our request for proposals, the current agreement, to local government for their review to see if it would comply with CDBG requirements in regard to the selection of an engineer or an architect, and if it complies with certain federal requirements, Davis-Bacon Wage Act and things like that. So we have an on-call contract for engineering and we have an on-call contract for architectural services. So we're going to be submitting both of those contracts because the Tri-County Family Justice Center would require the services of an engineer. And if local government approves the procurement process that was used and the contracts, then we won't have to go out for RFPs And that'll save us 3 months right there. So we would like to be allowed to continue as we have been. There was a third project. That was a sewer line project in the Pecos area. We looked at that and we spent a great deal of time looking at that project. Wastewater projects are very complex in regard to the requirements. And we've learned this week that particular project doesn't have five of the required elements in place yet. Site acquisition or site control is an issue, and also rate structure, which they don't have in place, an asset management plan, they don't have that in place, and there's several things. They don't have an agreement with the Village of Pecos to hook up the Village of Pecos wastewater system. I can't bring an application for a project like that, ask the Board of County Commissioner, ask the chairperson to certify that all these items are in place, because it's more than that. We actually have to provide the actual documents. And so local government division did meet with representatives of the East Pecos area about 2 weeks ago, maybe two and a half weeks ago, to review where they were at, and been told, in fact, today, just before the meeting, that they wouldn't be eligible because they're lacking several items, as compared to the other two projects. Tri-County Family Justice Center, the county owns a building, for example. Easement and site acquisition is not an issue. Country Acres, those are all county roads. They're listed on the county road log, and that's acceptable for the site control purposes. So some of those other things are taken care of. So that's pretty much all I have, unless there's any particular questions anyone has.
Madam Chair, if I may, if I'm in order, I'd like to just make one comment before I make my motion. I make a motion, first of all, to go with the CDBG application for Country Acres. And then I'd like to make a comment that there was an issue raised about the possibility of a county commissioner owning the mobile home park at Country Acres. And for the record, I, as the commissioner for this district, this particular district, I am not an owner of any property within Country Acres, much less the mobile home park. So I'd like to go on record stating that. And then motion to accept the application to proceed with the Country Acres application.
Okay.
I second it.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Alex, are we pre-selecting and then we make the final selection in April? What's this process?
Yes, the final selection needs to be done. There's a process we have to follow for the final selection, and that would be a resolution that's adopted by the Board of County Commissioners. That resolution will require public input. We would have to actually accept input from the public. All we're asking now is just to go ahead and continue with these two projects to determine which one is feasible to present at the April
Right,
meeting.
so you would like to continue with both projects, but I heard a motion to select one project, so that's why I'm asking for point of order.
I'd like to add to my motion, if I may. You know, the process that's going to be taken with these two projects, Country Acres, the only thing that could hold this project from not qualifying would be that it does not meet the low to moderate income level.
That's correct.
So with that, I know that the survey is going to be completed from now to April. So assuming that it meets the low to moderate income level, I'm recommending that Country Acres be the #1 priority. The second priority being the Family Justice Center, only if Country Acres doesn't meet the low to moderate income criteria that's required. Other than that, there's no reason why, in my opinion, why Country Acres should not be prioritized or accepted as the number one project.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Nahas?
I second that with an explanation as well, that Country Acres, as I know personally because of my experience as a magistrate judge, is not a mobile home park. It's an area where people can purchase a lots to set their own mobile home, but they purchase the lots. It's not a mobile home park. It doesn't qualify as one. Is that correct?
There are lots within the target area that are purchased and owned by the residents, and then there's also several lots that are rented out to other individuals.
But it
Yes, it's a
doesn't qualify
combination
as a
of two.
mobile home park, because my understanding for a mobile home park, and having dealt with it before, is a single park that encompasses 12 or more occupied mobile homes. Is that correct?
Okay, what's the question again?
That a trailer park qualifies if there are 12 or more occupied mobile homes in that park. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but Country Acres is actually a platted subdivision.
It's a subdivision, it's not a park.
It's not a park, and
Okay.
within that subdivision are lots that the initial owner's family retained, and not for the purpose of sale, but for renting out. And it's probably those lots that are referred to as the mobile home park. Yeah, there are several of them. But the entire Country Acres is an actual platted subdivision. And so what we did is we submitted everything to the local government, and we went and met with them and reviewed the whole shebang, if you will, and got their okay for the target area. And we had to, IT department, Mr. Trujillo, had to map the residences, assign a number to each one, and we had to verify all the addresses. A big old process we have to follow before we started on that. So yeah, it's a subdivision, but within it there's I can't remember, like 15 lots that are still owned by the original owner's family, and they rent them out. So those houses are included in the income survey.
All right, having said that, I second the motion.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Tafoya. I heard that yourself and Mr. Maestas and Mr. Duran and Mr. Garcia have been going out to get surveys. How successful have you been with obtaining those surveys, and how many have you obtained at this point?
We've probably obtained there's 86 or 88 houses. Well, one of them is a store that's closed, so that one doesn't count. And we've probably done about half of them already. We took Commissioner Garcia because we have to have bait for a couple of the dogs that are there. And so we took him along with us. And part of the problem is a lot of people are working lock gates, and so we've tried to get out there late in the afternoon. Felix and I from the Planning and Zoning Office, and Mr. Lopez and Mr. Garcia as well. So it's a normal process. This happens. So it's not unusual to go out there and not find people at home. So we've done about half, so we're on track.
Do you have to have all the surveys from all the residents, or can you get a certain amount of
We
surveys?
need to have 80 of them.
80 of them?
Yes, 80 out of the 88.
And the last day to obtain all those surveys is when?
I knew somebody was going to ask, and I didn't flag that date.
It's okay.
Yes.
If you don't have the answer, that's fine. I just want us to meet whatever whatever we need.
It's in June, but I don't remember the exact date. Initially it was in March, now in March, but the dates got changed. There were communities that were concerned because there wasn't enough time. The application, we find out what the requirements are at the application workshop, which was last week, and there were communities that were complaining that you go to the application workshop and then 30 days later you have to have your certain things turned in. So they moved the dates and gave everyone an additional additional 4 months to do some of these things, including the submittal of an application and everything else. So it's given everybody some extra breathing room to do this. Yes.
Okay, any questions?
Alex, of the approximately 40 you said
Yes.
that you've received, does it look like it's likely that we're going to meet that threshold to come?
Of all of them that we've done so far, there was only one residence. Okay, so local government gives us a form we have to use based on number of people per household, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, with the different income levels. And there's 3 income levels for each category, for one person, 2 persons, and so on, dollar amount. And they're broken up to 30% below whatever that income is, and then 50%, 30% to 50%, and then 50% to 80%. Of all the houses we've done so far, there's only one that has been at 80% or higher. It looks like, so far anyway, that the project is going to qualify just based on the numbers we've been getting. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Well, I got a motion from Commissioner Garcia, second from Commissioner Nahad. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you.
Commissioner Chris Nahad,
Yes.
Commissioner Max Trujillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Janice Varela,
Yes.
Vice Chair Harold Garcia,
Yes.
and Madam Chair Maria Martinez.
Yes. We'll move on to item number 5.
Four. Oh, you moved
We moved it, so I moved it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Probate office update. Presenter Dwight J. Torres, probate judge.
Oh, no, you're right. You're right. Actually, I didn't change the number. I didn't change it.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Dr. Martinez, Ms. Gonzalez.
Judge Torres.
As county probate judge for the last 2.5 months, prior to coming here, I come from the funeral service industry. And while in that industry, I found that many people were unaware of what probate was. After becoming probate judge, I'm now more aware that there is a big lack of public awareness and information, which helps people understand exactly what probate is and what it does. In most New Mexico counties, probate courts take a back seat to county government and emerge only when somebody has an inquiry about a probate. Probate courts provide a significant service to the citizens of the county, just like any other service that San Miguel County provides. We must make a better effort to educate the citizens of the importance of probate court. I want to take some steps forward and help bring us to a more visual and a more active role within San Miguel County. We are and should be a more service-oriented office. I am hoping to forge a better relationship with the county citizens, the staff, and you, the elected officials of this county. I want to get more involved in the county as much as I can and get more involved in the county commission meetings and provide as much information and updates as I can. By providing the right information, I have hopes of making people more aware of the need to get probates done soon after the loved one dies. The average time should be within a 6-month period. We have some that are coming in 10, 20, 40 years later to do a probate. You know, so a simple probate for property, for real or personal property, has now become a problem probate. You know, I have one that I'm dealing with now. Grandfather died in '69, grandmother in '74. They opened a probate in 2017. One of the children had already passed away. Right after they opened the probate, the last child passed away. And now it involves, instead of 2 people, it involves 8 people. So, as you go down the airship, it just gets more and more complicated. With that, a probate file through our office is $30. If you go to district court, it's $132, plus any attorney fees if needed. Most of ours are done pro se, so, it's $30, and many of those that come in can't even afford the $30. So, we want to try to help them, and if we get out there and start educating people, then it may make the process a little bit easier for many. San Miguel County probate processes approximately 75 cases a year. In San Miguel County alone, there's approximately 200 deaths a year. So if you can see, there's a big disconnect between the number of probates being filed and the number of deaths. Although not every one of them is required to do a probate, but a significant amount of those are. And, so and for every probate that we open, there's at least 4 or 5 other cases that we assist in the process. So many won't open a probate. Like I said, some land out at district court, others there's not sufficient assets to actually justify opening a probate. But, even if these people have a small amount of money in the banks are not going to allow the family or the heirs to withdraw that money without having some kind of a probate opened. Before, we used to be able to do a special probate, which would allow them to go in and pull, the only thing they could do is pull that money from the account and pay their funeral expense or whatever. As of this year, that's no longer allowed, so they have to actually open a full probate, because in order to probate that money, it has to be a full probate. So you can't just do a special probate anymore. So, as of January 1st, we're starting to track all probate cases, all calls that come in, all walk-ins that come in. Like I said, for every one that we open, there's probably 4 or 5 that we've already assisted. So there's more to what we do than what people know. And I want to bring that awareness up to the county citizens and to you, the commissioners. I'm currently looking at methods to provide probate awareness education within San Miguel County on a semi-annual basis. I'm looking at I'm hoping to roll out the first awareness training sometime this summer. If that goes good, and things go good, I'm hoping to maybe do it on a more regular basis. We're looking at maybe hitting the senior centers here in Las Vegas, San Miguel, and Pecos. I'm looking for other avenues that I can do to provide any kind of awareness training, to get this out there in hopes of trying to close that gap between the number of deaths and the number of probates that are actually done here in this county. One thing that people don't, or one of the most important people don't realize, that as probate judge and the deputy clerk, we cannot provide any kind of legal advice of any kind. We can provide you what your options are, tell you what, give you what your options are, and you as the personal representative or the heirs of that estate make the decisions of how you're going to handle this. We don't only answer to you, the governing board of San Miguel County. We must also answer to the Administrative Office of the Courts and the Judicial Standards Commission. And those are where a lot of the problems come in. So we have to be real careful of how we answer any questions, how we what material we provide, how we provide it, how we answer your questions, how we guide you through the process. We can't assist any people with filling out the forms of in any which way. We can't assist them with deeds of any kind. So these are just little things that people aren't aware of. When they come to the office, they want us to sit with them and say, okay, well, what do I put here? Well, here's what they're asking. It's up to you to decide what you put there. So that's why we have to be real careful how we do this. So again, these are just ideas that I have. I'm hoping to, at some point, I have been approached by Luna Community College, their criminal justice instructor, to provide a seminar to them on probate. He's going to talk to Highlands University, to their criminal justice department also, see, because a lot, again, he had, at Luna Community College, they had a class of 22 students. Of those 22 students, 8 knew what probate was. So again, you know, it's all about educating people of what probate is, what it does. I'm looking to hopefully maybe work with the Las Vegas Optic and providing information to the citizens out there once in the, you know, not on a regular basis, but once in a while. Just reaching out to people and hitting as many people as we can. And again, in hopes of driving up these numbers and, you know, closing that gap between the number of deaths and the number of probates that we do. As of this morning, there was a Senate resolution, joint resolution number 8. I attended the local government, cultural affairs, and land grant hearing this morning. I did speak on behalf of the opposition to Senate joint resolution number 8, and it was tabled on a 4-2 vote. So that's off the table now. Senate Joint Resolution number 8 would have eliminated probates within the counties. So, any questions?
Yes, I do. Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Judge Torres, for that information. And you're right, we do need to be educated. I myself, when my parents died, thought we had to go to probate. So that was the first thing I did was call, find out, oh, you don't have to. So can you just tell us briefly what triggers having to go to probate versus not having to go to probate when you have a deceased member in your family?
Most of the time, if it's in the state in excess of $50,000. Anything under $50,000. Usually if it's a husband and a wife, the husband passes away, the wife does need to probate the properties into her name to continue the heirship as legal next of kin. Now, if that's not done, when she passes away, now the kids have to work with probating the two different.
Okay, let me interrupt you and ask you a question. Is this only if the deceased person doesn't have a will or have it stated with what they want?
It's with, yes, with, well, that comes, it depends, there's different ways. If there is a will, the will will determine who the personal representative, and the personal representative can carry out the requirements of that will, but in those wills, many times they don't list everything, so then they have to probate the additional assets that may be out there.
I'll have to go to your seminar. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Any other questions? No, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Judge.
So much. I appreciate
Thank you.
your information.
Thank you, Judge.
We'll move on to item number 6, for informational purpose only, salary study and staffing analysis for San Miguel County Detention Center. Ms. Ivy.
Hello again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. In your packet, there's actually presented 3 scenarios. I'd like to start off first by saying thank you to Melinda and for Warden Alwell for their assistance in this project. And then to caveat by saying that any classification and compensation study is very tedious and takes a lot of work, and a lot of work from supervisors. And kudos to Warden Alwell, because the minute that he came in, the very first thing that he started doing is revising job descriptions. And job descriptions is a key component of being, it's basically the foundation of being able to do a solid classification and compensation study. So thank you, Matt. So in your packet, the very first scenario, we looked at 9 counties, I believe, that were comparable to San Miguel County. We looked at their salaries, their per hour, and it was primarily for the deputy warden, the lieutenants, the sergeants, and the detention officers. There were positions that we don't have that these other detention centers potentially did have. We didn't really factor in support staff because support staff was already pretty compatible. So in this first scenario, what I'm looking at is I'm looking at what it would take to bring the current staff up to competitive salaries. So, I mean, in one instance, you're looking at a 2.9% increase versus a 27.8% increase in their salaries. I mean, it's a huge variance. So now in the budget part of that, we're looking at the current fiscal 19 budget and comparing that to what the projected amounts could be. So we're looking at an increase of about $153,611 for current staff. That's just salaries only. That's now we're looking at potential increases to fringe benefits, and so that's an additional $28,878. So a total of $182,489 in recurring salary per fiscal year. Now, please feel free to, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Ms. Cedillo, can you repeat that number again?
I know it's a lot of information. So this is just scenario one, to bring up the current staff to a competitive salary. We're looking at $182,489 in recurring fiscal year salaries. Now we're looking at scenario two. In the information that was provided to me by Warden Elwell, he also provided what optimal staffing would look like at the detention center. And so this scenario is looking at the current staff, of course, brought up to competitive salaries, plus that additional staff. So it looks like what we did was we added one FTE to the lieutenant's position. We added 2 FTEs to the sergeant's positions, and we added 5 positions to the detention officers. So now if you look at the budget, based on the competitive salary model, and now the additional staffing model, we're looking at a projection of $1,313,745 in salaries. Then we're looking at an increase, which is an increase of $401,736,000. Now looking at fringe benefits, we're looking at an increase of $75,526 increase. Now keep in mind that we're looking at just salaries. We're not even taking into consideration overtime. We're not taking into consideration terminal leave pay. Now, when you bring in additional staffing, there's other costs such as uniforms, equipment, medical clearances, workers' compensation for this additional staff as well. So, and then we're also looking at cost of insurances, and currently the county is paying for about anywhere between $11,400 to $14,000 per employee for those who elect to pick up insurances. So in this particular scenario, we're looking at an increase of $262,000 recurring fiscal year 2 salaries. And then in the final scenario, this was just thrown in so we can potentially look at bringing the current staff up to a 10% increase across the board, where this increase is looking at $90,000, $90,665. And this would increase the fringe benefits $17,000. So this scenario is a little less. It's $107,710 recurring to the fiscal year budget for salaries in the detention center. So this is just for informational purposes, so you can see the different scenarios and how we looked at what we could potentially consider as far as increases and what that variance is, you know, in primarily those four positions: the deputy warden, the lieutenants, the sergeants, and the detention officers. Are there any questions?
I have one question. Did we do a survey on these same counties on their operating budget in comparison to our operating budget? Because, you know, I understand that, you know, even though these counties are like our county when it comes to population and stuff like that, but what kind of operating budget do these counties have?
Unfortunately,
ours?
my focus was primarily on salaries, so I did not look into operating budgets. Now, as far as Warden Alwell, if he's done any of those surveys with other counties, we could potentially look at that as well, but this was strictly focused on salaries.
Any other questions?
No, not for me.
Thank you, Ms. Ivy.
Thank you.
I really like this presentation, and I appreciate that you put all this effort into it. Eileen, is there any way that we could maybe do, I know that there's concern on the sheriff's office, there's also concern with
Yes.
the public works office.
Right. So, like I mentioned earlier, that caveat about, you know, a classification and compensation study is fairly lengthy, and I would love, that was one of my things, you know, when I came in, I was like, I want to accomplish two things. I wanted to take care of the personnel ordinance, and the second thing was to do a classification compensation study. We really need to move forward in revising our job descriptions. Like I said, it's the foundation and it's critical. I feel like I can't move forward unless I have accurate job descriptions. We need to identify what our talent is and what our market is. And that all happens with the job description.
I have one question. Madam Chair, Eileen, were any of the counties that you surveyed or compared San Miguel to, did any of them have a similar situation in regards to serving a municipality and 3 neighboring counties?
Actually, I would probably have to defer that to Warden Alwell, because I'm not too sure about the demographics.
Most studies, when they're doing staffing and pays, look at comparable counties around each other to get that basis. The more counties you involve in that study, the better you are to get an accurate number so that you can get an accurate staffing analysis. But I have to just, like Eileen said, if you don't have a proper job description that lists every specific job duty of that person, then your salary compensation analysis is not complete.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions? Comments? Thank you, Ms. Ivy.
Thank you.
We'll move on. We're next on the agenda again, recommendation to approve the job descriptions for the DWI and Juvenile Justice Office Manager, Youth Case Manager. Eileen.
So I am respectfully requesting the approval of the job description for the DWI and Juvenile Justice Office Manager, Youth Case Manager. And this position basically performs the full range of duties in case management and general administrative operations. And they will be responsible for assessing and assisting youth referred to assessment center and referring to appropriate community programs. Also will have administrative duties related to the DWI program. So this position, this particular position is being partially funded by the recently acquired juvenile justice grant.
Do you have any questions?
I have one question. Is this, so I'm assuming this is a new position, and if so, are we going to have recurring money coming into this on an annual basis, or is it a one-time grant? And if it's a one-time grant, is it something that we're going to have to budget later on in our operating budget?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia, the funds, part of these funds are going to be paid out of the GWI allocation grant. That is a recurring grant. It's provided the state provides us the funds. The Las Vegas Juvenile Justice's funds are funds also that should be on a continual basis, but I mean, there could be something down the road that could stop the funding of these, but it's not anything that we're foreseeing. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the job description does indicate that these are based on funding sources that could be cut, and if that's so, the position could also be cut, but I could be wrong.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 8, personnel actions or changes for the month of February 2019. Presenter, Eileen Cedillo.
So again, I'm respectfully requesting the approval and ratification of the personnel actions or changes that have taken place during the month of February 2019.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Varela, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 9, P&M Solar Facility Project. Presenter, Alex Tapoya. Planning and Zoning Supervisor.
This is just a 5-second update on the P&M solar facility. About a year and a half ago, I guess, the county granted an easement to P&M through its Wood Business Park to have access to a piece of property that's south of the Public Works area for solar facility that P&M is going to build. P&M was initially going to utilize a 100-acre parcel of land. They doubled the size and purchased an additional 100 acres, so now it's a 200-acre parcel. And construction has finally started on the P&M solar facility on 200 acres. It is a 25 megawatt solar facility. It's going to take approximately 9 months to complete. The project cost is $22 million, and the facility will have 70,000 solar panels. A megawatt of solar power can provide electricity for 400 to 900 homes per hour, just depending on the electrical demands at that particular hour. So this facility will provide electricity to anywhere from 10,000 to 22,500 homes per hour. The company that's been hired to construct the project is Affordable Solar. Daryl Green is the project manager out there. And we thought we'd just update the county commission and the public here on the project. The electricity is going to be fed into the PNM grid system. The work that's being done last week and this week and probably for another week or so is some trenching and some surveying and laying out the roadways. This is going to be the third solar facility in this county, the second one by PNM, and there's a third one that is owned by the Mora San Miguel Electric Co-op. The property was previously vacant land. There's a need for workers out there. Mr. Green told me today that they need 4 electricians, journeyman electricians, with the hourly wage is approximately $20 to $25 depending on experience. They need 6 laborers and the hourly wage for that is $15. They need 3 operators and the hourly wage for that is $18. And they need 1 water tank operator to keep the dust down, but he didn't give me an hourly wage on that. And anybody who's looking for work, knows anybody who's looking for work, there's certainly some work out there. He's having trouble finding employees and then keeping them, especially the way the weather's been lately. But anyway, the project has finally started. It's going to be a nice long construction time for 9 months, and then the impact, we don't know what the impact will be in regard to property tax because the State of New Mexico Property Tax Division is the one that does the assessment for property taxes for utilities. But the one out on Highway 518 is a, I believe, a 10 megawatt facility, and that property tax was approximately $275,000 a year, up from $18 on the property before that particular one was built. And the county realizes about a third of that property tax, and a third goes to the East Las Vegas school system, and the other third goes to the West Las Vegas school system. So the school districts will benefit from this. But that's just a little update, just to let you know what's going on out there. Mr. Our fire chief, where did he go? Well, he was here a second ago. He's already been out there to take a look at the site because they needed approval to set up a 500-gallon diesel tank for their truck. So Andrew went out there, inspected it to make sure it was properly contained. I don't know, what about last week, 2 weeks ago? Yeah. So he went out there and took a look to make sure it's properly set up and contained. So Mr. Green's been very willing to work with the county on anything that needs to be done. So, and he's also looking for somebody to work if anybody needs some extra activity on the nights and weekends.
Any questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Tafoya. So did you say the county owns the property or sold it or releasing it?
There were 2 tracts of land that PNM purchased from 2 different property owners. Yeah, the first parcel was a 100-acre parcel, and then they realized that they wanted to make a larger facility and split off and negotiated with a second property owner, and they split off a 100-acre tract. And so no, the county doesn't own it, but it's south of the county.
But we're getting the tax
properties.
benefit. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Tafoya, that solar plant that you're talking about, is it going to connect to the main station that's at the Public Works facility, the Wood Business Park?
Okay, run that by me again.
You've got a plant that PNM owns that
Yes.
is within the
Wood Business Park
Wood
property,
Business
yes.
Park property. So I'm assuming that they're going to tap into that.
Yes.
to generate the electricity or to send the electricity. Is there going to be any other impact to the Public Works facility as far as ingress and egress? I know that there's quite a bit of power lines going through there. Is there any way that maybe the county could assess a franchise fee tax on an annual basis to PNM and to Mora Electric, just to bring in a little more revenue to the county because it's within our property?
I would have to look into that. I couldn't answer that question right now. The impact to the public works will be just access to the solar facility through that one road, but the county isn't going to give them a key to the gate so they can go in at any time. They'll have to have access during the normal business hours. And
I know that when I was there, for emergencies, they'd have to go in, and we had to provide them with ingress and egress after hours.
So I don't know how that's working out. I'm not involved in that part, so I'm not able to address that. So. But we can check into the franchise fee issue.
Manager Martinez?
Mr. Tafoya, in your presentation, you mentioned that he is having a hard time trying to find people to work.
Yes, that's what he
Can you elaborate on? Is it the advertisement? What is the issue? And number two, is there anything that San Miguel County can do? Because what is he looking at? Total of 20 jobs, 30 jobs?
He told me that he said the weather changed and everybody quit on him. So he had to go out and hire some new people. And he told me that once it's going to be a two-phase project. Once they start the first phase, they will need as many as 30 employees. And this list that he gave me today is just to help them get through the trenching and the surveying and the laying of the roadways in between where all the panels will be going. And then there's going to be a second phase, and he would need as many, but he wasn't sure yet, as many as 65 employees for a 9-month period. And he said he just can't find, and he's concerned because if he can't find them here, he's going to have to bring them in from Albuquerque, and of course there's costs involved with that.
Is he working with local Chamber of Commerce, I know City of Las Vegas, in trying to identify or advertise for employees? Is he advertising in the local optic?
Well, he said he had advertised, but I haven't seen any advertisement whatsoever. Because I've talked with him twice, and Mr. Duran talked with him at least once that I know of. First time I talked with him was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and then I talked to him again today, and he said he had advertised, but I haven't seen anything, and I don't know what his recruitment efforts have been. Seems like he was sort of looking for some sort of assistance, because he did ask, we could spread the word. So.
Is there any resources that we can help him with? Workforce development, any contacts where people can assist him in trying to fill those positions? Because it would be unfortunate if we had to outsource and bring people from Albuquerque to come work in our county. In other words, is there more that we can do to assist in helping him find workers for this project?
Well, there's the Department of Workforce Solutions, there's the local help office, and I don't know what the DWI office does, if anything, in regard to helping some of their clients seek employment, but those are three areas that come to mind.
Chairman, Mr. Tafoya, and Manager, how about putting it on our website?
We can do that,
Putting
yes.
a link on our website.
Yes.
And others too, but that might get some views.
We can prepare a notice, and because Mr. Green did give permission to provide his name and telephone number to anyone who's interested, so we can prepare a notice and get it over to the IT in the morning with that information.
Thank you.
Also, maybe posting it on Facebook. We can put, get his information, contact information, post it on Facebook so that people within the community can see it. Any further questions, comments? We move on to item number 10, adoption of ordinance number 0312-2019 LED. Presenter Alex Tafoya, Planning and Zoning Supervisor.
January 8th, 2019 Board of County Commission meeting, the Board of County Commissioners adopted resolution number 01-08-2019-LED, which authorized the adoption of an ordinance which would approve Oldwood LLC as an eligible economic development project with the appropriate lease agreements for two county-owned buildings that the county wishes to lease to Oldwood LLC. This process is provided under the LEDA Act, and so we're utilizing the LEDA Act and also our county LEDA ordinance. So what we would like to do is ask the Board of County Commissioners to hold and conduct a public hearing on the adoption of ordinance number 03-12-2019 LED, and also approve and adopt the ordinance. And what the ordinance does is it approves Oldwood LLC as a qualifying entity under LEDA, and that was done once before by the Board of County Commissioners at its regular meeting on June 14th, 2016, and then again at its regular meeting on January 8th, 2019. It indicates that the applicant is a qualifying entity as defined under the LEDA Act, indicates that the county wishes to make available one building approximately 10,000 square feet in size, and one building approximately 17,000 square feet in size. Provides that the benefit will be the creation of jobs, an increase in local gross receipts tax revenue, and also includes the two separate lease agreements for one for each building as all part of the ordinance. So I'd like to ask the Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing on adoption of the ordinance, and also ask them to approve and adopt the ordinance.
Anybody who wishes to speak at this public hearing regarding the proposed ordinance, please stand, raise your hand, and repeat it after me, including Mr. Tafoya, if you'll also raise your hand. I state your name.
I, Alex Tafoya,
Do swear to tell the truth
swear to tell the truth
in my presentation
in my presentation
to the Board of County Commissioners on this issue.
to the Board of County Commissioners on this issue.
It appears that there are no others who are testifying or offering information on this issue. So it is ready for the closing of the hearing, but I'll ask one more time. Is there anybody else who wishes to offer any information on this issue? And let me make it clear that Mr. Tafoya, when he swore himself in, he was also talking about his initial presentation, not anything necessarily has to come afterwards. So in that case, it appears like nobody else is going to testify, so you may.
Tim Hageman with the New Mexico Economic Development Department. I'm host at Warren County. I'm here available to answer any technical and system questions in support of Alex's presentation in public hearing.
Okay, if there are any questions, then you'll have to get sworn in, but I can swear you in right now. I state your name.
I, Tim Hageman,
Do swear to tell the truth
I swear to tell the truth
to the Board of County Commissioners
to the Board of County Commissioners
on this issue today.
on this issue today.
Thank you. Madam Chairperson, there being no other offers of testimony, then I'm open to a motion to close the public hearing. In a second.
I have a question before we end we, the commission, may have some questions and we may have some comments on it as well. At what level would we have to be sworn in just to make sure that we're within compliance?
Well, it's interesting. Normally, the rules of swearing in a hearing don't apply to the commissioners. And so, only unless you had it's one thing to ask the question versus testifying pro or con on something. But normally, we do not swear in the commissioners because you are the decision makers. But we are open to any and all questions you may have if you have questions concerning the presentation.
Any other questions?
And for me.
Has everybody had a chance to read and
Madam Chairperson, my only understanding was that today we are passing the ordinance, and we are passing if there's no objection, the 2 leases. But this ordinance will be read again in a month and brought forward to you. It is always possible that staff, by whatever comments they may receive about the ordinance or the drafts, or upon our own research, may want to come forward or negotiate amongst themselves about different wording on the leases or the ordinance. Normally it happens on the leases because those are the contractual part. So it is possible that staff may have a different contract or lease before you at the next meeting.
So all we're doing today is approving the ordinance. Is that correct, Councilor?
and the leases, right?
And the what?
The lease
And
agreements.
the leases?
Okay, for the lease agreements.
My understanding was it's both the ordinance and the lease agreements.
Do I have a motion on the floor?
A motion to approve?
I have a question.
Oh.
Madam Chair, now we've talked about this a lot, and my only question, and I think I know the answer, if this has been vetted between the county, our attorney, you, Counselor, and the Old Wood Party, and everything's okay with them as long as it's okay with them, because we've gone through this back and forth. I just want to know that that process has been vetted.
No, the process has been vetted, but I do know that there are strong disagreements on both sides concerning the leases and the wording. What we have tried to do is work out many of those agreements, but there is not full agreement on the language of the leases. and the most recent draft of the leases.
So in your opinion, Counselor, are we ready to adopt this today, or does there need to be some more discussion and process? And I would like to ask the representatives from Old Wood if you're satisfied with the lease agreement. You're not? Because we've been going back and forth with this.
I need to swear you in if you're going to respond in any way. I state your name. Do swear to tell the truth in my presentation to the Board of County Commissioners today.
I was a little bit confused when I came here today as well with regard to passing the ordinance or passing the pieces. It appears that what you folks are actually voting on is to pass both. I will tell you that some significant progress has been made in the last 3 or 4 days, specifically because of Mr. Romero's involvement. He has come to us and we've been sending lease agreements back and forth. Unfortunately, the most recent lease draft, which we did have more or less consensus on, is not what you folks see at the end of this ordinance today. The one that you see at the end of the ordinance today will most definitely have to be changed before Oldwood's going to sign it. I don't know if that means that you should not pass the ordinance. Just be aware that we have not yet come to full agreement on the pieces. I think that we're getting a lot closer, specifically, especially with David on board now. But I think in the end, it's up to whichever members of the county management have to look at it and prove it on their side too. So it's going to have to go back and forth a couple more times.
Thank you. Then I might make a recommendation, Chair, and I don't know what you think about this, Counselor, and my fellow commissioners, is to maybe make a motion or just deal with just the ordinance today if we're ready, and then put off the leases until it's vetted again and we're ready to, until they approve it. I just don't see any reason that we'd approve it. If they're not satisfied, we have to talk about it again in another month.
There's different ways to approach an ordinance and leases and differences in contracts. This process, this negotiation has been going on for some time. And I get the urgency from all parties that we need to come to some type of agreement where both parties are at least basically satisfied and move on. If you pass the ordinance and the leases today, then if there is no at the next meeting when we do hear the issue again, if a new draft is not presented or a substitute draft, then the lease that is there today is the lease that controls. Otherwise, what you're saying is, well, if we're going to go through this again, why don't we just pass the ordinance but leave the leases open so we can bring them up next time? That's another possibility too. But I think for purposes of moving on, having everything in one motion and second in ordinance and leases, that is why we are having everything today. But it's up to staff, the commissioners, the parties to have something agreed to by next meeting, or else what is passed today is going to be the lease.
So I have a question to our legal counsel. Shiloh spoke up, and he spoke up optimistically, and I appreciate that, Shiloh. The only concern I have is that, this has been ongoing probably 3 years. At least in my opinion, better than 6 months. Since EDC was in charge of the lease, and then EDC all of a sudden was no longer in charge of it. It could be, 12 months that this has been going on. We've stressed the concern, we the commission have stressed the concern that we want this issue to be taken care of. We don't want to lose the tenant that we have with David Old. We don't want to lose them. We want them to stay. But we're at your mercy, Mr. Attorney. We're at your mercy to make sure that you bring us in compliance, to make sure that everything is legal, and make sure that at the end of the day, the county manager and our planning and zoning representative are going to be satisfied that everything that we're obligated is lived up to. And so, as our legal counsel, it's up to you, in my opinion, of course, this is just my opinion, it's up to you to make sure that you bring us in compliance. And at the end of the day, that David Old is satisfied, or the old business is satisfied with what you're going to prepare. I don't want to wait. I want something now telling us that by April, we should be ready to have this approved. If it takes you meeting with the tenant 5 days a week to get it done, then let it be it. But, you know, I've assured them myself that they have my support. And I think they've been assured by several other commissioners that they have their support. It's up to us now to make sure that we live up to it. And I want to make sure that I sign off on something that in April, it's going to be approved, and that David Old and his staff are going to be satisfied that they've entered into an agreement that is going to keep their business here in Las Vegas, in San Miguel County, for as long as they so desire. You know, we're having trouble right now filling positions to build a solar farm. These guys already have employees working for them. I'm sure they're having trouble getting people to work for them as well. But that's an everyday thing with everybody. It's not something that, you know, these guys have been in business for years. They've already proven themselves to the community that they're here to stay. And I think that it's up to us to make sure that we fulfill their wish to rent 2 of our spaces. So I'm pleading with you, Mr. Attorney, to get that done, get it finalized within the next 30 days, because if we're here talking about it in June, then we're not doing our job. I'm sorry to say that, but I'm just speaking out the way I feel.
I have a question. What liability is the county at with having Oldwood operating without a lease? What liability falls on us as a county?
I think there's a lot of liability on the county to have a tenant on the property without some more formal type of contractual agreement or lease. Oftentimes, like when you rent an apartment and say you stay past your eviction time, the court says, well, we have an ongoing lease. And that's what we would argue, that we have an ongoing lease from the last one. But it is much better to have a current, up-to-date lease that covers all of the potential liabilities.
But do we really have an ongoing lease? Because that lease was already terminated, right? It had a termination date.
That lease was with EDC.
It was with EDC, so we don't even have a lease with Oldwood, period. So we have them operating there. What's the liability for the county? I mean, my job is to protect the county, so I want to make sure that we're in compliance with what is occurring. And I think everybody else up here is here to protect the county.
We have much greater liability without a lease that's signed by both parties than without. But in answer to your question, Commissioner, I cannot grant the responsibility you've given me to work this out. This thing has been going on for about 6 months. I haven't been involved till last month. I got involved. We made the substantial progress on the terms and the conditions, but not complete agreement. The county and Oldwood on several issues are far apart, and I do not think that is going to be easy at all to come to an agreement. I think that what I have tried to do is try to write up language that I think would be acceptable to the majority of the commissioners, to the manager, acceptable to Old Wood. And normally when you try to negotiate a contract, everybody's unhappy, but I've tried to find a middle ground where we can both work together. Right now, I think there are still too many terms out there that can be settled in 30 days. I don't have confidence in that occurring.
But within 30 days, something dangerous could happen and the county could be held liable, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may, and I know I didn't swear in, so I'm Melinda Gonzalez, Finance Supervisor.
Wait, I need
Okay.
to, please identify yourself.
I'm Melinda Gonzalez.
Do swear to tell the
Do
truth
swear to tell the truth
in my presentation to the
in my
Board of County Commissioners today.
in my presentation to the Board of County Commissioners today. And all I was going to add is today, one of the items that got removed from the agenda was the audit. And the audit now is public record. It'll be presented by our auditors next month. But part of the audit findings, just to let you know, one of the audit findings has to do with the fact that we do not have a lease agreement that is approved. So it really is important for auditing purposes that we do get something. I know that part of the criteria that was stated in our audit finding indicated that it was not approved by the State Board of Finance. But it's my understanding that through the LEDA portion, and correct me if I'm wrong, will cover that requirement. So just to let you know that it is also an audit.
All right. It is difficult. It's like each one of you is an individual, educated, experienced person. Each one of you have a philosophy about how things should be worked out and how an agreement should be worked out. And the same thing in dealing with Old Wood. They have philosophies, and it is almost impossible to come forward with something that both sides will sign off on. And I just, after working on this, making progress, I don't have the confidence I'd like to be able to tell you, Commissioner, that it's going to be wrapped up. And I'm afraid that unless one party or the other makes some serious changes in their position, then we are not going to have a lease. And what that leads to, Madam Chairperson, is more than likely action by the county to start eviction proceedings because of the liability that you talk about.
Well, and that's not something we want.
No, it's not what we want.
We don't want to run them out. But, I mean, we have to comply with what we have to comply, and we have to come to an agreement. And you know, some of those agreements, some of those issues that have been brought forth are the electric bill with Old Wood. It hasn't been corrected to this point, and it's part of our fault too for not doing that. You know, so that's something that we're working on. But then again, we have to, you know, they have to come in and work with it too to keep our people employed. Again, too, it was brought to my attention that the people that they're hiring aren't being drug tested. Is that something that, are we putting the county on more liability by not obeying those standards? I mean, I'm here to protect the county, and that's who I'm going to protect.
I think because they are a private company, and they do not have to have people drug tested. I think the concern is what Old Wood offers is that any type of employee, a felony, and a young person, old person, a handicapped person, a felon, a handicapped person, a person who may be using drugs, that it is difficult, as I understand it, for them to find quality employees where they can pass drug tests, where they can have their driver's licenses and meet all those requirements. And normally, I know when I was at the city, say for example, felons, we made it a point to hire felons because the general idea is the law says people who commit felons, once they've paid their dues in prison or elsewhere, then they shouldn't be penalized for that all their lives, because they have families to take care of, and normally their labor skills are not that great, so they are in positions of doing labor that doesn't require, that's not skilled. Say the county wanted to require that the employees of Old Wood be drug tested. I am concerned about, say, the county micromanaging Old Wood, but on the other hand, I'm concerned about the county being worried that their employees are not clean in terms of drugs and the danger that may occur. For example, if the building is vandalized, if it is harmed or damaged by someone who is drunk or on drugs, then we need to make it clear who is responsible for that damage and who could be harmed. So it's a balance between trying to apply rules that we as a governmental entity have for our own employees as compared to applying it to a private company and they're running their own business. Let me yield to you.
And I'm not saying that we shouldn't hire people that, you know, that have been addicted to drugs or are felons. I'm not saying that. It's just, in the past, they were doing the drug testing, and then apparently now recently they're not doing it anymore. So I'm just wondering what changed course in their management, and what liability do we as a county have if an individual is using drugs or something happened on the county due to the drug use or whatever. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we shouldn't hire these people. I come from a family of drug users, and you know what? I know they have to work. I know we have to work. I don't discriminate on anybody because of their past. I know everybody can change. I'm for change.
Before I answer your question, let me yield the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Commissioner. Once again, I'm Shiloh Holt, Vice President and owner of the company, along with my dad, David, and my three sisters, who you folks haven't met, but I promise they're there. Before we get into the lease, I will say, Commissioner Martinez, I don't know where you're getting your information from, but it's 100% correct. Overwood is more strictly a drug and alcohol-free workplace. Every employee that comes on board must sign a pretty strict employment agreement with Overwood, and on the very first page at the top, literally, the first thing that every employee will read before they sign on as an employee of Overwood is that we are a drug and alcohol-free workplace. So I'd like to just put that behind us. I don't know where that information came from at all. If the county would like to put wording in the lease that says that Overwood is a drug and alcohol-free work environment, I am more than happy to sign that, because that is our culture at Overwood. That being said, of course, things happen. This is, in fact, rural New Mexico. Of the 37 or so employees that we have at peak production, almost more, I don't know exactly, but I'm just going to guess that well more than half of them are in felons. Most of them do have past drug charges. You can go down to Somos Familia and look up our records if you like. We unfortunately have to send employees there fairly infrequently, but it does happen, to get drug and alcohol tested, at which point they do come under certain rules and regulations that our company up to, including termination, which has happened. In fact, it's happened recently. So we're an open book. You can go hopeful, I am optimistic that now that we have somebody who's doing some mediation between us and the county that we can move on. I do think that at some point it would be beneficial if everybody sat down together and came to an agreement, or at least we can figure out what the other's concerns are with items within the list. So,
Sir, you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been working with Dave Romero on this issue for how long?
about a week, I think.
Well, Bob Witter and I have been working now.
I would go back maybe 4 weeks
Okay.
when we first had contact.
I guess what I mean by that is we only had one lease draft go back and forth in the last week.
Well, we had, say, for example, the electrical agreement passed a month ago or signed off on by Old Wood, and I was bringing that to you at the last meeting. So it's been about a month and some.
And the lease agreement that's attached to this ordinance is not the lease agreement that I would say is the current draft. We do have a current draft. We didn't really submit it until yesterday morning, which may have been too late to make it on this agenda. But drafts are going back and forth. That's going to take some time. Thank you.
Madam Chair? I would just like to encourage Mr. Old, you brought it up, to have some meetings, some negotiation meetings with our manager and Mr. Romero. I would encourage that. And I would also encourage some open-mindedness to these leases, because there will have to be concessions on both sides. And this is a negotiation. Every lease agreement has terms, and every lease agreement must be agreed to by both parties, but it must benefit both parties, it must protect both parties. With that being said, I'm glad you brought it up, Shiloh. I encourage that meeting to occur with our management and Mr. Romero. And we can move on, and we can settle this by our April meeting. But it's going to have to take some commitment on everybody's side. And I personally, along with Commissioner Garcia, and I think along with the rest of the commission, encourage us all to get this thing settled by our April meeting. It's long overdue. It's an uncomfortable situation. It must be uncomfortable for Old Wood to be operating a business of that size without a lease. It's surely uncomfortable for us. Our liabilities to each other are gray now. There's no black and white. Everything's gray. We need black and white. We need this thing settled, and we need to come together, but we need to have mutual benefit, mutual consensus and mutual protection under this lease. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I'm in order, then it seems like,
I have a question for Manager Martinez. Where do you believe we should go from here?
My recommendation is to approve the ordinance and to approve the lease agreements. That would be my recommendation right now.
Do I have a motion on the floor to approve?
I already moved that.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahad. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Madam Chair, can we maybe, yeah, we're moving forward with that, but can we also go with the word of the attorney that he's going to meet with the tenant over the next 30 days so that we can have one final agreement to be approved at the April Commission meeting?
This has already been approved. I don't think we can do changes like that, or can we?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The lease hasn't been approved. This is just a
No,
notice.
we're just approving the
Approving the ordinance or approve the lease?
the ordinance.
It's all part of one. It's all one.
I thought I heard the manager say both the ordinance and the two leases that are on the agenda are what should be considered and approved.
Yes.
Correct.
So we had the motion by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Trujillo.
passed.
Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Before we have a roll call vote, though, can we provide some direction so that we can have one final agreement come before us in April? If I'm in order, Mr. Attorney, is that something we can do, or is it too late?
All I'm saying is I cannot guarantee a final agreement because my perception is some of the issues are too far apart, but all I can do is guarantee that I will make a lot of the progress that we made within the last month, talk about each one of these issues, see if there's some better language, but to say that that we are going to have an agreement in April based upon what I've seen is going to be very difficult. Well, I will give it my best effort. Otherwise, what you do in April is you have the same ordinance come up with the same leases, and then you'll be voting whether or not to make those permanent or not. That is the issue that's going to come up in April.
Well, I think my concern is having them operate without a lease, period. I mean, I don't want them operating there without a lease. We don't have a lease with them right now, so I'm not saying that we can't communicate.
Maybe what we can do in that line is maybe I can get together with Oldwood at least to have a temporary contract or lease put in place for that period of time. That's something that we can work on. If we can't come to agreement on the whole picture, and the lease is the liability under the lease is the concern, maybe we can do a short-term lease that avoids some of the major issues, but yet cover some of the agreement we have between us and the disagreement we have between us.
Well, I believe Manager Martinez and Tafoya, you guys worked on lease agreements, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and those lease agreements aren't accurate, or they're not willing to sign those, or what's the case there?
The concern on the lease agreement is one was the just cause that does not address damages or repairs to the facility. We've had several incidents in the facility, and I know our safety officer is working with David Old to address those issues. So that's one concern. And then the other is in the termination clause. I believe that the commission has the authority to terminate any lease with or without cause. I believe that that's the authority of the commission that should rest with the commission to terminate any contract.
So we will move forward with the current lease then?
My recommendation, again, would be to approve the ordinance and the lease agreements.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation.
So we had a first from Commissioner Nahara, a second from Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. We'll move on to item number E.
Madam Chair, just for the record, I will meet with Mr. Shiloh and we will discuss those details. I will meet with him and his father and also with Dave, and we will have meetings and we will take care of this.
Appreciate that.
So for the record, Manager Martinez will be meeting with Shiloh, Wood, and Oldwood,
Mr. Bob Witters and our attorney.
Bob Witters, and our attorney to finalize the details. Next on the agenda, we have item 11, acceptance of legislative grant number 18-C2553. Presenter Alex Tafoya, Planning and Zoning.
The San Miguel County received legislative grant agreement number 18-C2553, and what this does is it appropriates to the county the amount of $30,000 to purchase mechanical biological treatment equipment. So what we're asking the Board of County Commissioners to do is to accept the grant agreement and authorize the commission chair to sign the the grant agreement.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner
Second.
Garcia, second by Commissioner Nahad. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 12 on the agenda, vacation of plat, application number SV 0032. Presenter, Alex Cue.
This is an application for a vacation of plat that was tabled at the last commission meeting upon the conclusion of public hearing on the application. What we're asking is the Board of County Commissioners to bring the application number SV-0032 to the table, and we're asking to approve the application. There was a couple of things, if I may, that were mentioned at the hearing. One had to do with precedents being set. And if I may...
I'm sorry. Procedurally, maybe why don't we just start off with a motion to take this issue off the table, and then we can get into a full discussion.
Motion to take, public hearing?
Well, just to take the, it was tabled,
Yes.
and so no, we just need a motion to take it off the table, and so we can start our public hearing and consideration. So a motion to take this issue off the table.
Motion to take this motion off the table, this issue off the table?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, now we can start the other discussion.
Thank you.
You want me to go ahead and swear everybody in at this point? Since you're going to be talking, it sounds like an introduction. Why don't you allow me to swear everybody in who's going to have testimony about it? Will all those people who wish to offer testimony or discussion about this matter to the Board of County Commissioners, please repeat after me. I raise my right hand, state your name. You swear to tell the truth.
Swear to tell the truth.
In my presentation to the board tonight.
In my presentation to the board tonight. There's we received, well, first of all, there was some discussion in regard to precedents being set. And so we took a look in the Planning and Zoning Office. This is application number 0032. We have another application 0033, which was removed from today's agenda at the request of the applicant. Those numbers probably don't mean anything to you, but they mean something to us in the Planning and Zoning. This is the 32nd application since 1986 that San Miguel County Planning and Zoning has handled in regard to statement of vacations for different things. So we went back 10 years and looked at those applications and listed them chronologically. And this is the list. And because I wanted to address the issue of setting a precedent, I want to say that planning and zoning neither supports or does not support an application. We merely put the application together, bring it to the Board of County Commissioners for their approval or denial. But since February 18th, 2009, the county has reviewed and approved 5 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 applications to vacate plat from different applicants. 3 of those applications were submitted by the Pandarei Village Community Association itself. In February 2009, 49 lots were vacated and consolidated by Pandarei Village Community Association. On October 15th, 2013, another a cul-de-sac was vacated and 2 lots were consolidated into 1 lot. And then in April 2014, 5 lots were consolidated. These are applications submitted by Pandarei Village Community Association. We go back to 1987, Pandarei Village Community Association has vacated 80 lots. So I would agree with the comment that a precedence has been set, but I felt it was important because of the nature of the questions I was subjected to at the last meeting, and I was totally unprepared. So I present that information because I don't think the Board of County Commissioners is being asked to do anything different that it has not been asked to do before by either property owners or the Pandarei Village Community Association itself. We also received a memorandum from the Pandarei Village Community Association and the Pandarei Village Mutual Domestic Water Users Association on March 6th. And I need to make sure the County Commission sees the concerns that were indicated. And you know what, I don't have enough copies.
We'll share.
Can you share?
Yeah. Go.
That were presented in this memorandum because we didn't have time we didn't get them in time for the February meeting, didn't get them in time to put them in the agenda for this, but this is from Danelle Smith, attorney at law, and it has to deal with a lot with assessments and the covenants and bylaws of the Pandarei Village Association and how they apply in regard to the benefit and obligations, budget and dues and things like that. And at the risk of putting Attorney Smith on the spot, I'm sure she can explain this a lot better than I can. You know, their concerns I'm sure are valid, but from a planning and zoning staff, we just look at the consolidation of the lots or the vacation of plat for whatever reason the applicant submits, but these are valid concerns of the Pandarei Village Association. That's about really all that I have to say. We would ask, although we neither support or not support an application, that this application be approved. At present time, it's my understanding that the applicant, Mr. Kinsley, does not have a residence on the property. It's consolidated and the residence is built. Yes, the property tax will increase, so there is a benefit to the county in that regard. I don't have anything else unless there's any questions.
What I see here is a letter from Danelle Smith, attorney at law, received March 6th. Why don't we make this a formal part of the record as far as the document regarding the hearing? If Ms. Smith will just lay a little foundation before it's moved for acceptance into the record. Ms. Smith, would you testify what this document is? Let's mark it as Exhibit A. If your client would like to do the same, you can do it.
Oh, okay. For the record, The cover memo is from Attorney Smith, but the letter itself attached to it is from Paul Aragon. So I just need to make that correction. General Manager from Panray Village.
So yes, we would like that to be part of the record.
And can we have just a little introduction? I'm sure that Mr. Sequoia gave an introduction of what it was. Can you give us a 3-4 sentence introduction of what this is?
The letter that we submitted, and we hand-delivered it the day that the deadline was supposed to be, so I don't know why it didn't get in the packet, so that because it is an extensive letter, and it does go into the detail that we went into at the county commission meeting last time. Now, of course, what we had not been provided is this statement of vacation applications by Alex DeFoya. And so I can't say that I can go through each one of these, but I can talk about the vacations that were done by Pandaray Village. So there was a point when Pandaray was created in the first place that there was a developer. And that developer changed hands a number of times. I believe that C.D. Leon was probably the first developer. James Sappington came in and took over as the developer. Michael Gregory Sr., the attorney, came in as the next developer. And there was a point at which the Homeowners Association out at Pandaray felt that having the developer out there was causing problems for the Homeowners Association. So they negotiated to buy all of the lots out at Pandaray that were owned still by the developer, because then the developer no longer had control of the Homeowners Association. At the time that that happened, the state had just fairly recently changed the Environment Department regulations in regard to septics. And these lots in Pandaray, many of the lots in Pandaray that had been bought from the developers were small lots, and people were raising issues about whether they were going to buy these small lots given the septic tank regulations. And so the board of the Homeowners Association at that time felt that the thing to do in order to continue to build Pandaray was to try to consolidate the lots as they sold them to private individuals. And for that reason, we recombined the lots so that there would not be the problem with the septic regulations. And that is the big, the first 2009 consolidation. I can't really speak to some of these other consolidations, but I can certainly see what's happening starting in 2018 when the pace of these consolidations picked up. And at first, Pandaray was not, the Homeowners Association was not particularly concerned about that. But what happened is, Mr. Millard, who was here, was one of the first ones that then, who told the county commission, some of you are the commissioners that were here, when he told you this had nothing to do with assessments. And then, approximately in January, this is when the Homeowners Association got threatening letters from Mr. Millard and the Woods, who are related to Millards, basically taking the position that because of what the county did, they were no longer going to pay assessments on any of those lots that had been vacated, that the action of the county commission basically gave them a free pass in Pandaray in regard to both the homeowners assessments and the assessments from the Mutual Domestic Water Users Association. That is what got Pandaray very concerned. And at this point, it may still end up in litigation between these homeowners that are taking this position and the Homeowners Association. And, you know, I think I can say pretty, vociferously that Mr. Millard is going around Pandaray encouraging people to take this action for this very purpose. Now, at the meeting last month, the whole purpose of our presentation was to address this issue that these homeowners had brought up. You know, they bought, the Woods and the Millards bought 6 lots. And they didn't have to buy 6 lots, but they bought 6 lots, and then they're trying to consolidate those into 1 lot where their houses are. And to avoid then paying the assessments that they would be required to pay as lot owners as opposed to homeowners. And that is the very thing that is of great concern to the Homeowners Association. And that's the evidence that we presented to you last month, is what is the effect of doing that on Pandaray? Now, Pandaray is one of the biggest assets, certainly the biggest subdivision that there is in San Miguel County. And it has a huge impact on San Miguel County finances. And the point of last month's meeting was for the county to be able to back off, to take a look at the vacation ordinance, because as you recall, the vacation ordinance really, at this point, only allows you to consider 2 things. Is it going to have some negative effect on other people in the subdivision? And we showed you the very negative effect that allowing this kind of vacation, given the position that Mr. Millard and Mr. Wood and, I would suggest Mr. Consley are taking in regard to the payment of assessments. And I don't think that the county commission ever intended to have a negative effect on Pandaray. But what is happening as a result of them coming in with these requests for vacations is that very thing, that they are now saying, we don't have to pay the assessments because of what the county commission did. So, we feel that at last month's meeting, we presented to you a solid evidence as to why this particular vacation by Mr. Consley will have a negative effect on Pandaray. And we presented sufficient evidence to give you the basis to deny this application. At that point, we raised the question about a moratorium. And the moratorium, which I think is still a really good idea, would allow the county to step back and to say, okay, what is the effect? I mean, can we rewrite this ordinance so that it is clear that we are not trying to take a position that is going to negatively affect one of our, most sterling subdivisions, the subdivision that has, one of the greatest amount of homes in San Miguel County? We would like to submit some recommendations as to how to change your ordinance so that it is clear that what you do when you make these vacations, that it will not affect their duty to pay under the assessments of the Homeowners Association. To me, if San Miguel County doesn't want to take into consideration the effect on your tax base, that's your business. But I think that you ought to at least look at that. And I think that in a moratorium, you could look at that. And you could look at whether in the moratorium ordinance, you want to put something about what is the effect on your tax base. I mean, right now, you only are allowed to look at what is the effect on the other people in that subdivision. And we presented to you very strong evidence about what the negative effect is by this series of vacations. And it started with Mr. Millard, continued with the Woods, and continued now, and there is going to be more. And so I don't know what the impact is going to be on the county tax base, because the assessment period is just now over, and I don't know the answer to that question. But what we would like you to do is to deny this application for the time being, to proceed with what you had said you would do last month, which is to have a moratorium, to step back, to look at the situation, to maybe rewrite the ordinance so that you are not having this effect on Pandaray. You don't have to have this effect on Pandaray. All you have to do is change your ordinance so that it is perfectly clear that you are not taking a position about the homeowner's assessments the mutual domestic assessments. So, to me, what the county commission ought to do is deny this application, go into a moratorium, consider your vacation ordinance, consider whether you want to change your vacation ordinance, and then if they want to come back at that point and reapply to do this very thing, when you are going to make it clear that you have no intention to have a negative effect on the homeowners association out of Pandaray or the mutual domestic out of Pandaray, they can come back, and if the only thing that's going to affect is your tax base, that's your business. But what we're asking is that you back off for the time being, instead of doing something that is clearly going to cost Pandaray a lot of money. If we end up having to go to court on this, if we have to have litigation on this point, then I can promise you that the assessments out of Pandaray are going to go up again because of the intense legal fees that are going to be involved in this litigation. So we're just asking you, deny this for the time being. Have your moratorium. Take a look at your vacation ordinance. Take a look at what did happen as a result of the reassessment of the ones that have been vacated, and try to not take a negative, to have a negative effect on this very invaluable asset to San Miguel County. So we're not saying never approve this, but look at your ordinance and rewrite it so that you make it clear that what we do here at the county level is not intended to affect negatively this subdivision. And that's what we're really asking. The issue of septic, particularly for Mr. Hensley, he's got 2 lots, and his 2 lots are big enough. And we even got a copy of the Environment Department regulations that talk about an alternate system, a split flow system. So he's got 2 lots, and like many people out of Pandaray, he can build on both of those, like somewhere in the middle, and use both of those lots for this very purpose. But, as far as I'm concerned, what we're asking the county to do is just don't take an action that is going to have a clearly negative effect on this subdivision. Then there is a good alternative. Consider the moratorium, reconsider your ordinance, consider putting in the language that would protect not only this subdivision, but other subdivisions. And then if people want to come back and reapply, and you are okay with what the effect is on the taxes, fine. I would personally think that even within the ordinance, that's something you should be able to consider, is what is the effect on our tax base in San Miguel County. So that's what we're asking for the county commission to do. I think that's not an unreasonable thing to do, is to deny it for now, adopt a moratorium, and reconsider your vacation ordinance.
You have a question on the floor?
Madam Chair. Ms. Smith, what has been the treatment of the people who have had approved lot vacations and consolidations with regards to their assessment payment to the association? Can you?
The only ones that I'm aware that this issue has come up with, because we got a threatening letter from Mr. Millard's attorney, as well as the Woods attorney, that's taking the position that they will not pay assessments on the lots that were vacated. Now, I am not aware of, any other issue in regard to assessments. Now, I could be wrong, but, nobody provided this to me so that I could research this issue. But I know that, what has brought this up is what happened with the Millard and the Wood vacations. They're at the bottom of your list here. And the threatening letter and the position that they have taken that they will not pay those assessments. So, I don't, because I was not given this in advance to research your question, I don't know. But I know what's happened since they filed their vacations and since they were approved, even though they assured you that that was not their reason for doing it.
Okay, and, my concern here is, number one, precedence. The association, other individuals have come before the county to petition for lot consolidations and vacation of lots for the same purpose that Mr. Kunsley is coming to the county for his consolidation. And they've been granted. And we've acted in good faith many times on the association's presentations to the county to vacate these lots, and have granted them when the association comes before the county commission, not while I was here, but in prior commissions. I guess my concern is the equity in this, and it doesn't so much seem to me like it's like a moratorium is necessary countywide, and that we have to rewrite our lot consolidation ordinances and stuff, because there are many other instances where a lot vacation or a consolidation, it's not contentious, and it's not, and there isn't controversy around it. So for us to go into a moratorium and rewrite everything because of this individual case, I don't know that that's the proper thing to do either. So, you know, can anybody bring light to how these prior individuals' lot assessments have been addressed after the lot consolidations were granted?
I have a question, I have a comment on this, if I can. Chair, Mr. Commissioner Trujillo, Ms. Smith, and Alex. I was here, I was on the board when we first, well, I don't know first, but I heard these requests, and I remember Mr. Aragon saying that this would not affect the assessments, and the people saying that that was not their intention and that wasn't why. So we said, because we did not want to affect the assessment for Pandaray. And that seems to me that that was an internal thing that you all have to work out at Pandaray Homeowners Association. That was never the intent of the county. And we were told that it would not affect the assessments, and that's why we approved it when we did. Another thing, and I have a question, this is for Mr. Tafoya. And this is on this, what you're suggesting is that we have a moratorium on the ordinance. Would this ordinance affect others? I mean, I didn't know that the ordinance affected this at all. I thought this was Pandaray's Homeowners Association policy and not our ordinance that that we're dealing with?
The thing is that what this ordinance has affected most recently is Pandaray. I mean, not in August of 2017, so a year and a half ago, you had a request for a vacation in the Tecolote River subdivision. You know, and I'm not suggesting a long-term moratorium. I mean, make it 2-3 months. I mean, I just think that you could change your ordinance just on this point, that this, whatever the county commission does, has no effect on assessments or a person's duty to pay assessments. The problem is that they are making the argument that your action took the position that that means that they don't have to pay assessments on these lots.
Well, that's not true. That wasn't the
But
intent,
that's the position that they're taking, and they're taking it based on, and if you go back to what was actually adopted when the Millards in the Woods came before you, even though there was a discussion, particularly in the Millards case, nothing showed up about that part of the discussion in the final order that came from the commission. So, I mean, that's the problem. And to me, if the ordinance at least said that it is not our intent to have any effect on homeowner association assessments or their duty to pay assessments, you know, I'm not asking you to take a position. I'm just saying that the ordinance could say that this, whatever we do, will have no effect on the subdivision's requirements for paying assessments. Because they're using what you did in their case as the argument for why they don't have to pay the assessments. And we tried to explain to you that, you know, the way the assessments get created is what does it cost to run Pandaray in a year? And then it gets divided according to the covenants. Now, you know, it may be that the homeowners association will have to address this issue too. But the point is, and that the point to me of changing the ordinance is so that the county makes it clear that your position is not going to have an impact at the homeowners association level. That's what we're asking you to do. And, you know, it wasn't in your order, so they're just making the argument that, well, what the county did was that means those lots go away, and therefore we have no duty to pay the assessments. We, at the homeowners association, take the position that that's absolutely wrong. You bought the lots, you bought 6 lots, you knew when you bought 6 lots that you were gonna have to pay assessments on every one of those lots. It's your duty to pay your fair share of the assessments. And
I have a question here by Commissioner Garcia.
You know, I can see the suggestion about having a moratorium by the county set. Of course, if we set that moratorium, it's gonna have to be countywide. It can't be to Pandaray alone. So why doesn't the association at Pandaray do the reverse? Why doesn't the association amend your policies, your covenants and your provisions so that if John Doe buys 6 lots today, a year from now, if John Doe still owns those 6 lots, or John Doe decides to sell 1 lot, 2 lots, it doesn't have a negative impact on what the assessment rates are per month.
well,
You know,
I think
we're being asked to place a moratorium countywide, and I can see Commissioner Trujillo's point. Being that you're faced with this situation, why doesn't Pandaray do something with your covenants and your provisions to make sure that, for example, this gentleman here, I could see his point wanting to build a house on 2 lots because 1 lot isn't big enough. I could see that. And Pandaray did that with X amount of lots because of the environmental regulations. But why can't Pandaray modify, like I say, your covenants so that if you buy 6 lots, you're gonna pay the 6 lots monthly dues, regardless whether you build 1 house or whether you build 6 houses. That way it doesn't have an effect on, you know, because I could see them wanting to come and change it because it's gonna be less dues, but at the same time, I could see your point. So I would suggest that Pandaray do something about that.
well, I don't think that that's a bad suggestion, but I don't think it can be one-handed because you're the county government. And so they're gonna still hang their hat on what you do. So we can do that. I mean, we've already taken the position that that they can't do that. And, you know, maybe we're gonna have to have a lawsuit over that. But they're using what you did as the basis for saying that this is controlled by the covenants. I mean, our argument to their attorneys are that the covenants make it clear. Here are the lots that are affected by these covenants. We have a list of the lots affected by the covenants. And you cannot just go to the county and change the covenants. But they're saying that they can because of what the county did. So I totally agree with you.
But the county's not changing.
The county needs to, I mean, the homeowners association needs to do that too. But that takes a vote of the entire association. It doesn't happen overnight. And, you know, what so I think it has to be a twofold attack. I mean, I think that the homeowners association needs to take additional action, but we're asking that the county take additional action because you are who they are hanging their hats on for doing this to Pandaray. This is their whole thing. They're not saying that the covenants themselves allow them to do this. They're saying that the county allowed them to do this. And that's why, you know, I would like to see you take the position that what you're doing does not affect the covenants.
Madam Chair, Ms. Smith, so again, I wasn't on the commission in the prior approvals of these lot consolidations. And again, I'm sure the county commission acted in good faith on what was presented by the association and by the applicants for these lot consolidations. And I can assure you that moving forward, since this discussion has been had, that it will never be the intent of the county commission to damage Pandaray Village Association. It wasn't our intent to do that when we approved the lots prior. And again, many of these lot consolidations applied for by the association themselves. So again, my question is, maybe moving forward, maybe this rests on the housing association at Pandaray. The enforcement of the assessment and how they're paid. I don't think the county ever gave anybody, whether they're hanging their hat on it or not, that we ever gave anybody the right to say the county allowed this, so, you know, they gave me the right not to pay my assessment. That was never our intention. And it wouldn't be, because in that, if there's damage caused, it wasn't the intent of the county, and nor would it be so
why not put that in your order? If you're going to approve these vacations, why don't you put that language in your order that, you know, specifically this action of the county commission will have no effect on whether the person is required to pay assessments. You're not taking a position on whether they do or not, but the action of this county commission will have no effect on the duty to pay assessments under the covenants of that subdivision. Why not put that language in there?
Madam Chair, Ms. Smith, is that language in the covenants of the association now?
I believe it is. I believe it is, but they're saying that we are overridden by the county's action. And that's why, you know, like, if we just had if you're going to approve these kind of vacations, then just put affirmative language that it is not the intent of the county commission to take any position on whether the applicant is required to pay assessments on the vacated lots.
Ms. Smith, let me interrupt right now, Madam Chairman. My view of the law is that you have the law, you have the rules and regulations, but sometimes you don't realize that there's vagueness or that there's conflict or there's controversy until you have certain fact situations applied to those and defining what it means. So whenever there's vagueness, sometimes, a lot of the times it leads to unnecessary lawsuits. So the law can never be as clear as we want it. My preference is whenever we have the chance to clarify what the law means, adjust our ordinance county-wide, then we should take that chance. I am for a moratorium to give us time to see if there's any gross receipts or revenue impact on the county, to see if there's any way we can improve the language of the law. So you have two choices here in my mind. You have one, you listen to the arguments in favor of the vacation and against the vacation. Two, you make your decision, and you can make that decision with language which Ms. Smith is asking for, the same language that we had before. Or three, you postpone it again until we get this moratorium in place so we can have some time to come back as a group, I think 6 months, to get back to you and respond with what we found in terms of total county impact. What I would like to do is also, Ms. Smith, if you'll just have somebody go ahead and I think it's ready to be moved into introduction. Exhibit A, Pandaray Exhibit A, which is what she wrote, and then I'd like to do the same with staff Exhibit A or County Exhibit A concerning Mr. Tafoya's research. And thirdly, maybe I may ask that the whole county file on this matter be introduced as Exhibit B, just so that everything that the county knows can be considered in case there's appeal, if there's a record set which has been approved. So what I'm requesting of the county, at least at this point, is a one, motion to accept county staff A, which was passed out by Mr. Tafoya as an exhibit, as part for your consideration.
Do I have a motion on for Exhibit A?
Yes, County Exhibit A.
County Exhibit A?
Statement of vacation applications reviewed and approved by County Commission by Alex Tafoya.
Statement of vacation application,
Reviewed and approved by County Commission
reviewed and approved by County Commission.
by Alex Tafoya.
By Alex Tafoya.
Motion
Is
to
there a
approve.
motion and a second?
Motion to approve.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And I would move for admission of Pandaray's Exhibit A, which is the cover memo from me and the letter from the general manager.
Yes, that would be appropriate. My goal is to have sufficient written language of what was considered and talked about on the record, and so it is appropriate to move and second the introduction of what was submitted by Ms. Smith and Mr. Aragon.
Do you have a motion to approve what was submitted by Ms. Smith
And Mr.
and
Aragon,
Mr. Aragon?
on behalf of vendor A.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Varela, second by Commissioner Nahad. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And thirdly, Mr. Tafoya, I would like to introduce your record as part of the record proper as County Staff Exhibit B. I realize it's caught you by surprise and you don't have it in proper order, but at some point we can go ahead and recognize that your file is Exhibit B, and that includes any other documents pertaining to this application.
And can we be provided a copy of that at the appropriate moment?
Yes. Do you have any concerns about doing that, Mr. Tafoya?
No, but I have a couple comments.
Okay.
We have many subdivisions in this county dating back to the 1920s. And there's only two that have a homeowners, an active homeowners association. One is Pandaray, and the other is Birds of a Feather in the Pecos area. Birds of a Feather just sent me this week a application which we'll be bringing before you at some point for not a vacation but an adjustment of lot lines, because that's what's required. Those two subdivisions are probably the best subdivisions we have in the county. And for those of you that have not seen the Birds of a Feather / Hawks Landing subdivision, you should take a trip out there and take a look at rivals Pandaray. I am not in favor of a moratorium. I think Pandaray and Mr. Millard, and I don't know what Mr. Millard has been doing. All I know is what was said today, are both hanging their hats on the county. However, if it's the Board of County Commissioners' decision that we do a moratorium, we'll do a moratorium and we'll do the best that we can. But I think Pandaray needs to revise their method of assessments and not hang their hat, if you will, on the county. I think it's an internal issue between Pandaray and the property owners. I do think, though, that we can amend our ordinance, that section, without a moratorium, to include exactly what Donnell Smith is asking. Because we have a practice in the Planning and Zoning Office, we honor the covenants, all covenants of all the subdivisions, whether they have an active homeowners association or not. So if someone comes in and wants to do, for example, a home occupation, we have a book, probably two of them actually, 3-ring binders full of covenants that we've collected over the years. And the individual's property deed indicates that their property is within a subdivision. We ask for a copy of their covenants. We ask the applicant to go to the clerk's office or their title company or wherever it is and bring us a copy of the covenants to see if a business is allowed in that subdivision. And if a business is not allowed, then we honor the covenants. We don't issue a home, I'm just using that as an example, a home occupation permit or business license. The point I'm making is we honor the covenants. The applications that have been submitted to the county from Pandaray or any other subdivision, Pandaray individual property owners, and the action taken by the Board of County Commissioners in no way is meant or taken to negate any of the covenants or bylaws of that particular subdivision. It was only for the purpose of consolidating the lots or changing a lot line. But we can do what Donnell Smith is suggesting, that we, maybe amend the covenants, amend our ordinance rather, to indicate that the covenants of the homeowners association or the covenants of the subdivision are protected. But I don't think we need to have a moratorium. I don't think it's fair to place a moratorium in the middle of someone's application. I think the application should be heard and the application should be decided on, and the aggrieved party can challenge it in district court, but I don't think it's fair to, it's just my personal opinion, enact a moratorium in the middle of somebody's application. On the other hand, we have one that was withdrawn today by the applicant, and we have another one that's coming in. We'll go through the review process and everything. It'll be a month or two before we bring it to the county commission. That one, or those two, I would say, if a moratorium is enacted, would then be subject to a moratorium because they haven't been brought to the county commission. That's just my thinking, but I see both parties here, both of them attempting to hang their hat on the county when they have an internal issue that they need to resolve. But at any rate, that's my 2 cents. A lot of these applications, Pandaray set the precedence, and that's all I'm trying to say. There was no discussion at the time when Pandaray Community Association presented their application. There was no discussion about the effect of assessments or anything like that, and now it's an issue. And I try and keep myself as neutral as possible in everything I bring to the county, but commission, because my position is a neutral position as long as it complies with the relevant ordinances. But, I have to say something this time, and I think it's wrong to enact a moratorium in the middle of an application, and it's wrong for both parties to hang their hats on, put it on the blame of the county, on the blame of me if you want, it doesn't matter, because they have an internal issue that needs to be addressed. And if it's difficult to get all your homeowners, your property owners together to vote on it, well, that's an issue that you have to take care of yourselves, and don't make it difficult for other individuals in the county. And you probably disagree with me, and that's fine. The bottom line is I don't make the decision, but that has to be made. And that's unfortunate because I know what my decision would be, and I think I'm telling you what it would be. But
Mr. Tafoya.
Yes, sir.
For me, the issue is, do you have any objection to introducing your record on the matter as Exhibit 2?
Oh, no.
Okay, I'd like to hear a motion in second accepting his record proper as Exhibit 2.
I have a question on all this. We're adding all kinds of motions to an action item that doesn't call for motions. Is it proper for us to do that?
Definitely.
Or can we just add them, because we've already made 2 or 3 motions on one item here that hasn't been acted on yet.
The reason we
So
have
you're confusing me, Mr. Attorney.
I'm sorry. The reason we have the motions is what I'm trying to do is establish a legal record and follow the Roberts Rules process. Like, for example, to pull it off the table, Roberts Rules, to have these documents submitted and made part of the record is just basic law for we lawyers, that if it goes to court, then these documents, the judge will see, have been moved and seconded and approved by the Board of County Commissioners as part of the record. And sometimes, well, that's what my job is, just to make sure that if I have to go and defend your actions, that I have everything that I need in the file to defend it to the district court. And so that's why I'm asking for a motion second concerning the county's exhibit to its record properly.
Do I have a motion to enter, to exhibit?
Motion to accept Mr. Tafoya's documents as an exhibit?
Yeah.
I second.
Motion by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Matt?
I'm sorry, real quickly, we have a medical emergency outside with our treasurer, Ms. Bertha Bustos, so medical EMTs may be coming through here. I just want to let everybody know, but they're taking care of it outside, just to let you know that we are addressing a medical emergency outside. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair? Can we, I'm inclined to move to accept this lot line adjustment with, I guess with a caveat that I hear it from the person who is going to be granted this lot line adjustment that their intentions are not to damage Pandray Village in their collection of assessments or to adhere to their covenants for their collection of assessments. I can't see any other equitable way to do this. This man has been waiting to build his house for months, and we've been tabling this. This thing needs to be resolved. He needs to move forward, but I understand Pandray's position, and we don't. Again, it was never our intent to damage Pandray in the past, and it certainly is not going to be to do this in the future. And I don't think we need to have a moratorium countywide for lot line adjustments and lot consolidations, because there may be other subdivisions that are not as controversial. But I do respect and appreciate the language and suggestion that you made to us, Ms. Smith. We will definitely take that into consideration and hopefully make that part of our ordinance.
And maybe make it part of the order coming out of this, any vote that happens. Why not put it in the order?
Hold on. I know you've been waiting, Mr. Aragon, to talk, and I know the applicants probably have something to say also. And I know Ms. Smith was just asking whether or not it can be made part of the order. Before we come to any agreement, what I'd like to do is just give everybody a chance who hasn't spoken, a chance to speak their piece, so that you can make a final decision as to whether or not you want to approve or disapprove the vacation. And I've seen your hand up for a long time, Mr. Aragon. Tell us what you need to say, but try not to repeat what has been said before.
Thank you. County Commissioners, thank you for letting me be here, Madam Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner Varela pointed out very succinctly that at the time that they made this decision, it was pointed out by the county attorney and by the city planning and by the commission at that time that this in no way impacted, or nor could it impact, assessments that Pandray set forth. And I know that you guys, some of you are new commissioners, but we're talking about precedent setting, and Commissioner Trujillo, you're exactly right. The commissioners had in mind and stated so for the record that the assessments would not be affected, and I think that's all we need to do. It seems very simple. Mr. Millard agreed to it on 3 different times when I talked to him, that it didn't, in no way was he trying to get out of assessments and he would continue to pay assessments. And then it was reiterated by the county manager and by the county commission, again, that this in no way affected the assessments that Pandray set forth. Also, it is in our covenants. We have about 130 pages of covenants that states that they are obligated to pay for the assessments and it goes with the land. So I think it could really be put to bed very simply and very succinctly if we just included that this in no way impacts the assessments for that, because I wanted to build a house here. I'm dying for him to build a house here. My goal is to build houses up there and get more tax base for the county and more assessments so that we can run the operation more efficiently. So that's it. All due respect, thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Millard, do you have anything to add?
I do.
Because a number of statements have been made specifically about me, I have a number of things to respond to, and I ask for the indulgence of the Commission, Mr. Romero. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Romero, thank you. I am Lieutenant Commander Stephen Millard. I hold a commission in the United States Navy as a commander. My name simply has been moved from the active duty roles to the retired roles. Simply retired, but I am still a part of the Navy. I served 30 years in a 40-year window spanning 3 wars: Vietnam conflict, Operations Desert Storm and Shield, and Enduring Freedom. I began my career in 1974 with 4 years in the Marine Corps, which I volunteered during a time of draft. I was detached at the end of that 4-year period as a staff sergeant. In 1990, I joined the United States Navy Reserve as a first-class petty officer. In 96, I was selected 3rd of 5 out of 35 applicants to be commissioned in the LDO program. Tours that I've done. I've spent a year with Navy Special Warfare Unit 4, the SEALs, bringing them out of Panama into Puerto Rico back in 99-2000. I've served as an officer in charge of the Commission Support Group, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, where I encountered a gentleman named Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, commonly known as KSM.
I'm sorry, Mr. Millard. If we were in a court, they would interrupt you and say, what you're telling us is not relevant to the primary issue. I understand that it is important to also know who you are and where you come from and how you've been devoted to your country. But I would ask if you could direct your wording to the issue at hand, and that is the application for the vacation.
Very well. One of the issues that was brought to this commission last meeting and has been since revisited here today was my intent, my motivation, and that they were surreptitious, if not duplicitous. And that is an incorrect assumption and statement by Pandaray. And I feel that shame should be on them for making such statements. But that's who they are. How I came to my vacation last year was I was issued a 100% disability by the Veterans Administration, which then generated a waiver of all property taxes in my primary home from the Veterans Services, New Mexico Veterans Services folks. That was then filed with the county assessor's office, which generated a letter acknowledging that I was eligible for that waiver. What was discovered in that is the definition of primary residence, that my 6 lots as a whole can only be waived on the 1 lot that the house stood on. And was also informed at that meeting with the assessor's office that to bring all of my lots into 1 account with the county required a vacation, and that I needed to go talk to planning and zoning. And that's when I met Mr. Tafoya for the second time. He directed me through the process. That is the sole direction of why I filed a vacation, was so that I could avail myself of a right by law and a gift from New Mexico. The right by law is vested in the state's constitution, Section 5, specified in Chapter 7, Section 7, 37.5 New Mexico laws of 1978 and as amended by Chapter 6, 2012, about eligibility of 100% disabled veterans, qualifying them for complete property tax waiver on their primary residence. That was the motivation. None of these things that these folks are saying was it. And that is why the statement of, and this is the context of it, my motivation was not assessments. I didn't even consider assessments. Assessments became visible to me, if you will, in that hearing. I'd never even thought about, well, what's this going to do to that? After that commission meeting, I met with Mr. Aragon and the president of the PVCA, and my wife and myself were on that sidewalk meeting just down below here. And I made that statement that I hadn't really considered assessments. But due to what they had stated in the meeting, it became evident to me that this could result in the decision of me putting together all my lots into one, and from language I read in the covenants, which, as Mr. Romero stated, laws, covenants, can be interpreted differently because they can't be written in such a solid manner to take every instance into consideration. The covenants go further to say other things than what they have presented. And I'm not going to go into that. It's not the appropriate place nor time. That they're making me the pivot point in the last two commission meetings of why this is a problem for Pend Oreille overlooks the deficiencies that are in the covenants. There are other words in the covenants, such as current plat and the definition of what a lot is. Those are omitted in the documents you have before you. What is also omitted is my lawyer standing here to represent the counterpoints of Pend Oreille. To state that I'm running around Pend Oreille telling people to do this is absolutely incorrect. What I have done is people that came to me and asked about the process and how to do the filing, I have given them guidance that they need to go talk to planning and zoning, and that there's an application that must be filled out. I haven't had any discussion because really we don't know what this impact is going to be on assessments. Your ordinance of vacation is founded in state law. Unfortunately, I don't have the chapter and verse that that's quoted in. But when you consider altering your documents here, you need to look back to the origination, which is at the state level and state law. Pend Oreille's vacations that you have in your documents that have now been made an exhibit explain why they did their vacations. To improve property values for the county, as well as make the properties sellable and comply with state standards with the environmental department. Pend Oreille is in possession of a letter from the state environmental department within, I think it was 2014, that stated the preferred method by the state is vacation to bring the lots into at least a .75 size, and that there was an alternate method at the bottom of the letter also described, which amounted to a vacation, that a letter had to be put on file with the environmental department saying these lots would never be separated, and that a note to title or an amendment to title had to be filed saying that these lots had to stay together. And I can't remember the other three. The letter, unfortunately, I don't have a copy of with me, so I can be more detailed than that. But Pend Oreille knows that's the basis of it.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any paperwork that you would like to introduce as an exhibit also?
I wish I had it with me, and I would, yes, sir.
Madam Chair? Mr. Millard?
Sir.
So what is your position now regarding paying the assessment on the number of lots that you have to the association?
I'm going to have to say I can't answer that right now.
Hold on. Don't wait till you're recognized to answer
No,
the
that's
question,
not
Mr.
correct,
Aragón.
Mr. I have not
Hold it.
paid all my assessments, is that what you just said?
Mr. Aragón, Mr. Millar, please wait for either the chairperson or myself to recognize you. You cannot just be interrupting and talking and asking or answering questions right away. I guess what I'm asking, is there anything more that you have to say that hasn't been mentioned before that you think is important before the commissioners make a
Yes,
decision?
I do. What started this snowball, which hopefully it won't go any further than where it has already, is that I was billed on lots that I felt I no longer had. That by doing a lawful action based on state law that has an ordinance locally of consolidating my lots into one and reading words in the covenants that say per current plat, I was billed, even though after I had sent documents right after the vacation in June to Pandaray or Associate, their management team, and got no reply over a 6-month period of time. I notified them of the vacation that I only had one lot and that those lot accounts needed to be corrected accordingly. I got nothing back from them, 6 months. I got bills on special assessments. I then re-notified them that I didn't have those lots anymore. When the annual assessments came around in October, I sent them again and got no reply. Then I got late notices, and that's when I went and talked to an attorney. As far as how taxes are impacted, the county bases are on size and levy. That a lot goes from 6 lines to only having 1 outline around it is of minimal, if any, impact to the county assessments. In trying to adjust or put a moratorium because of what's going on in Pandaray on the vacation ordinance, doesn't seem like it makes much sense to me. That would simply say that, well, we can't do for everybody because Pandaray has a problem. Pandaray should be looking internally to solve these problems and not bringing these things into this forum. It's not really a place for it. State law predicates ordinances and predicates covenants. The Pandaray may or may not have covenants that are in violation of the state law. The county ordinance is yet to be figured out. But there are things afoot out there, and we'll just have to see where that goes. Thank you.
I would request that the hearing be closed and that a vote be taken. So a motion to close the hearing. I'm sorry, did you wish to address the group?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, my fault. Please, what is your name?
I'm the applicant, Miguel
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commission, I'm going to keep this brief because I think you guys have heard enough. I just want to make a couple comments that when you guys received this, you saw exactly what my research showed me.
Excuse me, can you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. My name is Dale Kinsley. I'm the applicant.
Thank you.
As you can see, Pandaray Village Community Association has done numerous for the same reason that I'm asking to have mine done, and that's the septic. Last month they brought up that it was going to be an impact on the tax money. Well, in one of their vacations, that was one of their benefits, was they were making the lots buildable, and that way the county would get more tax money on an improved assessment, obviously. With that being said, you know, what's good for them is good for them, and what's good for their property owners, they don't much care about. And I've had it up to here, and you can thank them that you're not going to get tax money, because at this point, I don't feel that I'm going to probably even build there. If that's the kind of community that they want, you know, and the way they want to treat their people, then so be it. I'd like to thank you guys for your tremendous amount of time that you had to listen to people on this. As for the fact that, oh, we didn't have this, they have all the records. They didn't bring this to you last month because they didn't want you to know that they'd done it. Pure deception and smoke and mirrors to drag this in. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Kinsley?
Yes,
Are you retracting your application? Is that what you're doing now, or?
No, I am not. I mean,
Okay, because I am ready to make a motion that we approve your application.
yes,
But I'm not going to do that in vain, because we
I
all
would
have,
not-
we all have something vested now.
absolutely, and I would not waste your time by withdrawing this at this point. You know, it gives me the option to sell. It's still got the septic problems. Yeah, they bring up the point, well, he bought 3 lots. Well, when we looked at the lots, they were a package deal. Of course I'm going to buy 3 lots. The owner's not going to split them up, and the whole septic thing will run it over on your other lot. You're all business people. If you've got 3 pieces of property, why would you run your septic down to another one? It's an asset. So why would you run it onto the other one and ruin that one?
So may I ask, is it your intention not to build a home in Pandaray now?
At this point, yes.
So at this point, it is or it isn't?
At this point, I'm leaning 90% of not building in Pandaray. And if there's not any further questions?
Anybody else have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let me request that at this point, the hearing be closed and that a motion be made upon the application for vacation.
Do I have a motion on the floor?
To close the hearing at this
Close
time.
the hearing at this time.
Motion to close the hearing. I move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll have a motion for statement of,
To accept the request for a vacation by the
Yes,
applicant?
the request for vacation of application.
Can I ask a question, Madam Chair?
Commissioner DeVille?
So now everything has changed again. I mean, my intention would have been to move to approve this lot consolidation so this man can build his home. Now he's stating that he's 90% sure that he doesn't want to build a home anymore. That would have been my whole reason to move to approve this lot consolidation. So things have changed now. I honestly, I don't know how to proceed. That was my motivation. This man has been waiting for months to build his home. He should have the opportunity to build his home and get those lots consolidated as they've been in the past. With the contention and the controversy that we've witnessed to date, he's lost heart. It's obvious. Unfortunate. But that would have been my motivation to move these lot consolidations forward. But now I'm at a loss.
Can I answer to that?
Please.
It still makes the property buildable without having to have a specialized septic system in the event that I were to sell the property.
I'm sorry, since the record has been closed, I know that the commissioner raised a question that you're trying to answer. Here's my suggestion, that we have a motion and a second either to approve the vacation or not approve it, or approve it with, on condition, as I understood the discussion, that it does not apply to the Pender Ray lots in terms of how they handle their matters internally. As far as Commissioner Trujillo is concerned, you have three choices. You can vote yes or no, or if you're torn by what you've heard, then you can abstain.
Do I have a motion on the floor to approve? Yes or no?
I so move
For what?
to approve the lot consolidation.
Commissioner Trujillo, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Commissioner Nahad. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Do we need a roll call vote?
Yes. Let's have a roll call.
Madam Chair Maria Martinez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Harold Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Janice Varela,
No.
Commissioner Max Trujillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Chris Nahad.
Yes.
Now, as I understood the discussion, Madam Chairperson, the motion has passed for vacation. The second part of it that was suggested was that to clarify whether or not this decision to vacate can be used by the applicant as grounds not to pay the taxes assessed by Pender Ray. If it's not, and you have your choice of not addressing that issue at all, or adding that to your language. We can close it now, or we can add that to the language.
I think we need to add it to the language. I mean, that was our intent in the first place, not to damage the man who wants to build a house and not to damage the association.
If that's the wish of the commissioners, then let me hear a motion clarifying the previous motion as to what it means in a second.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia,
Second.
second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Change my vote.
That's right.
We need a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Roll call vote?
Madam Chair Maria Martinez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Harold Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Janice Varela,
Yes.
Commissioner Max Trujillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Chris Nahad.
We'll move on to.
Thank you.
We're close to them. We'll move on to item number 13, approval to submit letter of intent for participation in fiscal year 2019-20 local government road fund program, LGRF, specific to the school bus route cooperative agreement program, SB. Arnold Lopez is Public Works Supervisor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm just going to give you a quick background on this application. Actually, it's a letter of interest that we submit to DOT. The letter that they send out reads, in order to plan the distribution of funds to the various entities for 2019-2020 fiscal year cooperative agreement program, we are requesting that you advise this office as your intentions for the participation in this program. So we basically have to submit a letter of intent to qualify for these funds. We also suggest come up with a project and an intended use of these funds. And on this particular one, we are asking or requesting for $132,000, which is a 75% of the total project cost. We will be responsible for 25% match for this particular project. And this one particularly is for the school bus cooperative route agreement.
And these ones basically, this particular one is designated for reconstruction of various county roads. And it's for resurfacing of paved roads is what this money will be appropriated for. At this time, we have not designated a project for this amount, but with this letter of intent, we do qualify for those funds. So we
Madam
ask
Chair.
approval.
Commissioner Garcia?
I have a couple of questions, Arnold. I noticed in your letter, has the letter already been sent?
So no, the letter will be sent as soon as it is signed. The deadline for this is the 15th.
Okay,
so
because
with
your
approval,
letter is dated February the 26th. And then if you notice, the second paragraph, you're including the 75% request, but you're not including the 25% match that the county would be required to include in the letter itself.
in the letter itself, not, but if you
No, but
look
it's
in the final
required, it's
page,
required,
in the final page, based on cost and quantities,
yeah.
it is actually included in the total estimated cost of the project.
But I noticed in your three submittals, one letter identifies only 25% match and the other two doesn't. So it's inconsistent.
Okay. These letters and stuff were prepared by our engineer under contract.
Yeah.
I will review them with him and see if
Yeah, just something to
adjustments have
look.
to be made.
Just something to look, because, you know, when you apply for a grant, you're applying for 75% of it, and
Right.
you're also assuring that you're gonna match the 25%.
Exactly.
But in that letter, it doesn't show the amount. That's the only thing.
25%.
Yeah, the 25% match that the county is matching.
I have a question to that. How is the county gonna match that? Is it gonna be with the services you guys do, or is it gonna have to be a money match? Do we have the money match to do that?
Madam Chair, that's a good question. Typically, if you guys make this a priority, we'll make sure that we do have excess funds that we could use for this. Typically, what will happen is at the beginning of the fiscal year, when we're budgeting our capital outlay gross receipt taxes, these are something that we'll use those funds for, is to match them. Okay.
And then I have one more question, Arnold. In the criteria that the DOT provides, the checkoff list, you're supposed to include a map that identifies the county roads. And because you don't have a particular road identified, what's your plan as far as providing proof to the DOT that whatever work is done is going to actually be done on a county road? Get what I'm saying?
Yes, and a project will be selected once we meet with commission, and our plan is now for our our manager retreat.
Yeah, but your submittal is required, by when is your submittal due?
I have had seek the approval from DOT if we can state it as various county roads, and they did grant approval for stating it that way. And a particular project did not have to be selected at this point.
Okay, so
This is just a letter of intent.
I know, but if you look at the criteria that they send you, the checkoff list, and I'm only going on the checkoff list itself, for you checked off the 132, 406, 52. You have there, under A, the location of the proposed project, including a map detailing the street or parking area certification that the street, so you need to include some type of certification identifying that project is in fact a county road. Get what I'm saying?
Yes, again, I did verify that with DOT, and this was acceptable, and that's what they told me.
Okay.
So at this point, we could look forward into it. I do not
Okay, as long
have
as
the
it's a-
answers other than that.
As long as it qualifies, I'm just,
Yeah. And they did, like I say, it was approved by DOT, and they said that this would qualify.
all right.
Just as long as you state it's various county roads, and you gave a cost and quantities.
Okay.
Do I have
So-
any more questions?
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahat, second by Commissioner Garcia. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to item number 14, approval to submit letter. Is that the same?
It's,
We're on 15 now.
there's three of them.
Yes.
Approval to submit letter for intent for participation in the fiscal year 1920 local government road fund program, LGRF, specific to the cooperative agreement program, SP.
Yes, and this is similar, except it is a local government road fund, also letter of intent, and this is for the CAP. This one, we do have a designated project. It is for reconstruction of El Camino Road from Hot Springs to Cinder Road. And the amount that we are requesting.
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Nahara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. We move on to item number 16, recommendation to award to bid the Rocky Road for the construction of the Country Acres roadway and drainage improvements. Arnold Lopez, Public
No,
Works.
you missed one.
Huh?
You missed one.
Yes, we have one more,
You missed one.
which would be item 15 or 16, because we went ahead.
That's the one I just said, 16, recommendation.
No, you missed one.
The county arterial cooperative agreement.
Okay, approval, so that was item 14. Approval to submit letter of intent for participation in the fiscal year 2019-20 local government road fund program, LGRF, specific to the County Arterial Cooperative Agreement Program, CAP.
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Nahat. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 16, recommendation to award a bid for Rocky Road for the construction of the Country Acres roadway and drainage improvements. Arnold Lopez?
Yes, ma'am. So we advertised, and we advertised for construction of Country Acres roadway and drainage improvement. Bids were open on March 9th. The apparent low bidder was Rocky Road Gravel, Well and Drilling LLC. Bids were verified by the engineering service, and he is the apparent low bidder, so we request permission to award.
Madam Chair, motion to approve?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahat,
Second.
second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Before we proceed, what's the scope of work? Because I
So-
noticed that it's just one, you probably had several bid lots and we're only awarding one bid lot?
No, there was only one specific bid lot.
Okay,
Yeah,
what-
but it
what-
stated as one, but that's all there was.
Okay.
So it was drop inlets in one portion, another.
Perfect, thank you.
Item number 17, renewal agreement for the diesel-powered heavy equipment and light-duty gasoline maintenance and repair services.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 18, Public Works Division report for the month of February 2019, information purpose only. Arnold Lopez, Supervisor.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna make this brief too. So motor grader number 1, we had him over in Lower Colonias, Gonzalez Ranch area, Zacatosa. He is currently in Villanueva. We did a lot of road improvement in Lower Colonias, applied a lot of base course material by birds of a feather problem areas. Motor grader number 2, operator Juan Macias had been over in all the Trementina area, Sabinoso. All that area got maintained within the last month. Mej Road, partial. We are still completing that maintenance there on Mej Road. It's a lengthy road, so it takes quite a bit of time to accommodate and complete that. And then our motor grader operator number 3, Johnny Trujillo, was in Los Vigiles, all that area, 8th Street Extension, San Agustin, Ojitos Frios, Gunner Road, Gallegos Road, Los Alamitos, Pine Ridge subdivision. In San Agustin, we did a big road improvement there. Mr. Nahat, I don't know if you've heard from any constituents
I
over
have.
there, but we applied a lot of
Yeah, they're
base
very
course.
happy with it. Thank you.
Yeah, so we've been busy, even though the weather has kind of hampered our operation, but we're crushing material and all is well.
I want to tell you, thank you, Arnold. You're assuming two job responsibilities right now, and you're doing a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Arnold.
Thank you, Arnold.
For being so responsive and doing a great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome.
We move on
Take a
to,
nap, Arnold.
we move on to item 20, out-of-state travel for Vidal Martinez.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, at this time I'm requesting approval for out-of-state travel to the National Association of Counties Annual Conference and Exposition in Las Vegas, Nevada on July 12, 2019 through July 15, 2019.
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 21, bank transfer for the month of February. Presenter Bertha.
Madam Chair, I could present this item if that's okay.
Presenter Melinda.
All right. The wire transfers that were approved, there were 3 payroll transfers. One had to do, one was in the amount of $233,965.61 for the payroll check date of February 14th. The other was for $244,445.16 for the February 28th check date. We also had a disability payroll payment to process in the amount of $1,411.54. Then on February 18th, we did a wire transfer of $6,850 from the general fund to the detention center fund. And this was their share of insurance proceeds that we received back from the Association of Counties that were tied to their department. We also had another wire transfer on February 21st. One portion of it was tied, was $1,475.01 from fire. The other one was $5,570.31 from the detention center. And these were to transfer funds to the general fund as repayment of some copier agreements and some maintenance that we pay on the copiers. So we pay them out of the general fund. Once we know what the costs are, IT gets us like a dollar amount as to how much is applicable to each of the other departments, and then we'll charge those particular departments. There was another wire transfer on 2/26 of 22,918.90 from the general fund to the detention center fund. The reason being is the New Mexico Administrative Office of the Courts deposited the October through December 2018 correction fees to the general bank account, but it actually belongs to the detention account, so that's why that was moved over. And then the final wire transfer was in the amount of $52,514.74 on 2/28 to Bernalillo County. So what happens is we get the HUD money from HUD, we get that housing money from HUD, and then Bernalillo County requests however much they need in order to process the next month's payments. So the amount that they requested was this $52,514.74.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We move on to item number 22.
Madam Chair, that was the item.
That was the item that was taken out, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're on 20. Receive report for the month of January 2019. Melinda Gonzalez.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is a report run off of our system for the month of January for all receipts collected by our Treasurer's Office, and it's for informational purposes only.
Any questions? Item number 24, journal entry report for the month of January 2019.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, these are all the journal entries done either by my office and or the Treasurer's Office for the month of January 2019 for informational purposes only.
Item number 25, indigent burial claims.
Item number 25 are for some indigent burial claims. We had two, one in the amount of $600 to Riverside Funeral Homes of Santa Fe, and the other $1,200 to Rogers Mortuary.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26, cash balance report for the months of January 2019. Information purpose only. Melinda Gonzalez.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is to show the reconciled cash balances as of the month ending January 31st for all the respective funds.
Item number 27, resolution number 2019-03-12, F1.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is a budget adjustment resolution. The county has received $13,238 in insurance reimbursements. The insurance reimbursements are damages resulting from a lightning strike. Of this, $6,388 will be accounted for in the general fund and the remaining $6,815 in the detention center budget. Both the general fund and the detention center have equally shared the deductible. Then we also have the legislative appropriation that was passed for the microbiological treatment equipment. We're budgeting the $30,000 that we have for that legislative appropriation in Fund 500, and those are the budget adjustments for this month.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Garcia.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 28, budget report for the period of January 1st, 2018 to January 31st, 2019. Information purpose only. Melinda Gonzalez.
Madam Chairman and Commissioners, attached you have the report run off of our system for the report for the period indicated from the beginning of the fiscal year through January 31st, 2019.
Item number 29, accounts payable report for the period of January 2019. Sorry.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, these reports are payments that we've made on behalf of the county in the finance office, and then the payments that Bernalillo County made on behalf of our county as well for the month of January 2019.
Thank you, Melinda. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Approval?
Oh, that one you have?
Yes.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
By Commissioner Varela, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia,
Second.
second by Commissioner Nahara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
We'll need you to sign these ones.
That's right.
Wear them around my neck when I college, If it's not the keys, it's the glasses, no?
Yes. Yeah, this one's.
Right here.
Max, why didn't you do it in my key?
I do in my better.